Call this budget meeting to order. And at this time, if I could have Councilors Acklin and Beauregard move that the special council budget agenda dated November the 4th, 2025 be confirmed as circulated. Questions? All in favor? Carried. Are there any disclosures of interest? None? Okay, so we have a whole budget to go through, and we have the rates budget and the proposed user fees and charges budgets. So what I'll do is I'm going to put the main motion on the floor. Then we need to deal with two amendments, which I'll get to in a minute. And then we'll have staff start presenting the budget. So if I could have councilors Bruno and Dan, or sorry, Danch isn't here at this time. Neither is Bruno. Okay, both guys are supposed to be here. So I'm going to go, how about Bodner and Elliott? Since you were. That the mayor's 2026 capital and related project budget and levy operating budget as outlined in Financial Services Report 2025-164 be received. That the projects identified in the mayor's 2026 capital and related project budget and levy operating budget be permitted to begin immediately where feasible. So there are two amendments, council. The first amendment is a proposed amendment to the 2026 capital and related project budget and levy budget. If I could have Councilors Bagu and Hoyle. And Councilor Bagu, I thank you for bringing this forward. As it's stated in here, there was really only two changes to the budget. This was an actual amendment to the budget. The other one was more of a wordsmithing with regards to the second amendment, but this one was actually brought forward by Councilor Bagu. So if Councilor Bagu and Hall can move that there be a funding substitution for the capital project known as C.2 Council Chamber Systems Upgrade, whereby the budget storm sewer 6,000, wastewater 12,000, and water 12,000 funding be substituted for an equal amount of 30,000 from the general infrastructure reserve, and that the budgeted storm sewer 6,000, wastewater 12,000, and water 12,000 funding be instead transferred to the storm sewer reserve for 6,000, the wastewater reserve of 12,000, and water reserve of 12,000. Councilor Bagu, any comments on this since you brought this forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it speaks for itself, and I thank staff and yourself for dealing with this so quick.
Great, thank you. Any further questions on the amendment? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. The second amendment, I'll have Councilors Bagu and Bodner move that there be a funding substitution for the capital project known as G.3 Centennial Park Wetland, whereby the budgeted storm sewer 120,000 funding be substituted for an equal amount of 120,000 from the general infrastructure reserve, and that the budgeted storm sewer 120,000 funding be instead transferred to the storm sewer reserve of 120,000. Before I get into this, it was a typo within the budget where they put the urban stormwater wording in instead of what we would do normally in the rural area for stormwater projects. So again, I thank council for bringing this forward. And obviously, it's not a major change. We're doing the project, which is at Centennial Park, but we need to repair the budget with the wordsmithing. So, any questions to that, Councilor Bodner?
Will we get to speak to this further? You know, as we go on.
Yeah, because we're amending.
Fine with everything that's here.
Yeah, because these are just the two amendments.
Okay.
So once these amendments pass, they become part of the main motion, which I've already put on the floor. Then we'll go back to questions once that's done and staff have given each presentation. We'll go to questions after. Okay. Further questions? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. All right, so now at this time, we're going to turn this over to staff. If Adam wants to come out, our CFO treasurer, Adam and his team will be doing the presentation along with the CAO and our clerk. Will be part of this whole evening. So Adam, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity this evening to present your budget, and I'd also like to thank council for all the great questions they had during the budget process. Further thanks goes out to all the leaders across the city for their contributions to the budget, especially special thanks to my team in finance, for all their hard work and dedication in preparing what the big binder that you have in front of you. I guess special thanks also goes out to our communications department, who made a presentation prepared by a bunch of accountants look a little better. So at this point, I'd like to ask our city clerk to come and walk us through some legislative changes related to the strong mayor budget process.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Council. So I'm here to provide a brief overview of the strong mayor powers and its legislative process with respect to the budget. So on May 1st, as you all know, of this year, strong mayor powers and duties expanded to the heads of council in 169 additional municipalities, the city of Port Colborne being one of them. The high-level budget provisions are set out in section 284.16 of the Municipal Act. Ontario Regulation 530/22 sets out the detailed budget process. This legislation states that the mayor shall prepare and present a budget to council before February 1st. Additionally, the mayor must provide the proposed budget to each member of council and the clerk and make the proposed budget available to the public as well. Next slide. Accordingly, the proposed 2026 capital and related projects, levy, and rates budgets were published on the city's website for members of council and the public on October 6, 2025. And today, we are holding a special council meeting where the budget will be presented and where amendments can be discussed and formally passed by council. Next slide. On September 3rd, 2025, or September 5th, 2025, the mayor issued mayoral direction MDI-2025-001 to the CAO and CFO treasurer to prepare and provide the draft budget to council and the public on October 6th, 2025. Subsequently, the 2026 budgets were published to the city's website on October 26th, 2025. Next. The provisions of the Act contained in Section 284.16 stipulate that Council can pass a resolution to amend the proposed budget and that it must do so within 30 days of receiving the proposed budget. As such, the 30-day amendment period was from October 6, 2025 to November 5th, 2025. We requested that Council provide the proposed amendments to the Mayor, CAO, and CFO Treasurer by October 27th, 2025. The agenda for tonight's special council meeting was published on October 28th, 2025. Tonight's meeting will contain presentations of the budget as well as consideration of the proposed amendments. Each proposed amendment will be considered individually. Pursuant to the legislation, there is no motion to approve the budget as presented or amended. If no amendments are passed by council, well, we've already passed two, the budget is deemed adopted as is. Next slide. Within 10 days of a council resolution to amend, the mayor can veto council's resolution to amend the proposed budget and must deliver notification of this decision to each council member and the clerk via a written veto document that includes which amendment the veto applies to and the reasons for the veto. This veto document would subsequently be published on the city's website. The veto period is from November 5th, 2025 to November 15th, 2025. If the mayor chooses not to use his veto power, the budget is deemed adopted with each of the amendments on November 16th, 2025, unless he waives that power at an earlier date. Next. If any amendments are vetoed, council can override the veto within 15 days of receiving the veto on a 2/3 vote of council. The override period is November 16th, 2025 to December 1st, 2025. If applicable, overrides would be considered at the regular council meeting on November 25th, 2025. It is requested that councilors submit notice of override to me by November 19th, 2025, and it will be included on the council agenda, which will be published on November 20th. If 2/3, 6 members of council vote in favor of overriding a veto, the budget is deemed adopted with that amendment. If council does not vote in favor of an override, the budget is deemed adopted without the amendment on December 2nd, 2025. Lastly, I just wanted to provide a quick timeline overview. So that says September 6th, but it was on September 5th, 2025, the mayoral direction was provided to the CAO and CFO treasurer to prepare and provide the draft budget to council and the public on October 6th, 2025. And similarly, on October 26th, the mayor's budget was made available and published on the city's website. From October 6th to November 5th of 2025, that was the amendment period. On November 4th, that's tonight's special council budget amendment meeting. On November 5th to November 15th is the official veto period. And November 16th to December 1st is the official override period. And that concludes the legislative budget process with respect to strong mayor powers. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Worship. I just didn't catch the one part. On the 6 councillors, so it's 6 of 9, or is it 2/3 of quorum?
It's 6 of 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
So people are absent still.
Yeah, it's a
Very good,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Great, thanks, Charlotte.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Charlotte, for that update. So here we go. So in preparing the budget, staff make a number of assumptions and estimates as necessary. They're based on information available to staff at the time that the budget's prepared, and actual results may vary. So that said, a balanced budget is required. At this point in time, I'm going to invite our CAO, Brian Bowles, to speak to the strategic plan.
Sure. Thanks, Adam. As everybody may remember, just last year I was presenting the budget. Now Adam's presenting it, and we thought by accident we just dressed exactly the same for this budget to do the transfer. But thank you, Adam, and thank you to the whole team for coming and being available to answer any questions of council today. So I have an opportunity to go through their strategic plan, but before I do that, and our CFO Adam had mentioned that it's a pleasure to speak today on behalf of the mayor's budget and introduce the mayor's budget. But in doing so, we know it's council, it's the mayor and council working together that makes the strategic plan come to life every day. I talk to the mayor regularly about that, how everybody works so well together. And I just want to thank the comms department who helped capture some of the activities that were going on with respect to the strategic plan this year and the work that you as council have been doing. And on that note, I'd like to introduce, if I can, a short video to talk a little bit about all the activity that's going on in the city of Port Colborne right now. And we will we'll resume with a couple slides after that.
This term of council has been defined by collaboration and a shared commitment to Port Colborne's future. Guided by our strategic plan, every decision we've made is focused on delivering an exceptional small town experience in a big way. Our investments have been about more than today. They've been about continuing to build a welcoming, sustainable, and prosperous community that serves residents now and for generations to come. That's why our strategic plan is built around 5 key priorities: protecting the environment and tackling climate change, building a welcoming and healthy community, growing our economy, creating more housing options, and ensuring sustainable and resilient infrastructure. Together, these priorities have guided us every step of the way. Let's take a look at the progress we've made in each of these areas over the past 4 years.
Protecting our environment and tackling climate change has been a top priority for this council. It's not just about responding to today's needs, it's about making sure Port Colborne remains resilient for the future. Throughout this term, we've taken on projects that finally began addressing long-standing challenges with our wastewater and stormwater systems.
We supported the creation of a wet weather management program to be better prepared for significant storms and high lake levels. We lined sewer pipes to keep stormwater from leaching in and inspected and repaired maintenance holes. We also advanced a storm sewer master plan and introduced alarm systems in areas prone to basement flooding, helping to reduce the risk of stormwater and sewer overflows.
We've made important investments to move Port Colborne toward a cleaner, greener future. We've expanded our electric fleet with new trucks, mowers, side-by-sides, and even a Zamboni. And we've added EV charging stations to support a shift to electric vehicles.
We're also growing our tree canopies with 1% of the city's budget now dedicated to tree planting. That includes planting more native species across parks and boulevards, and giving residents a chance to join in to our annual community tree giveaway. This commitment will strengthen our environment, improve air quality, and create a healthier city for generations to come. Together, these environment and climate change initiatives are making Port Colborne more sustainable, resilient, and ready for the future.
A welcoming, livable, and healthy community is about more than just infrastructure. It's about creating spaces where people feel safe, connected, and proud to belong. That's why we've invested in our parks and trails, upgrading places like Lions Field, Victoria Park, and Nickel Beach, and beginning the expansion of the Welland Avenue Trail Network with new lighting and connections. These improvements make our city more active, vibrant, and accessible for everyone.
We focused on bringing people together. H.H. Knoll Lakeview Park has become the backdrop for beloved events like Canal Days and the Community Concert Series, making the most of spaces we already have and continuing to build a sense of community spirit.
Health and wellness are central to a thriving city, and we've taken steps to protect our future by establishing a healthcare advisory committee, working with the local community and advocating at all levels of government to strengthen and safeguard health services close to home. We've also started work on long-awaited accessibility upgrades at Rosemont Center. Including our
live well and feel truly at home.
Economic prosperity is essential for a strong, sustainable community. It means creating opportunities for residents, supporting local businesses, and attracting investment that secures Port Colborne's future. This year, we have been proud to work alongside businesses of every size, from our marine and industrial employers to family-owned restaurants, because each one plays an important role in keeping our local economy thriving.
We have invested directly through our Community Improvement Plan grants, helping businesses expand and succeed, from Youngbloodslauer plant expansion to projects at Lock Pizza, Minor Fisheries, Southport Condos, Canalside Restaurant, and more. These grants have supported growth that strengthen our economy and our neighborhoods.
Perhaps most importantly, we welcome Asahi Kasei, Battery Separator Canada, who have made a transformational investment that will put Port Colborne on the map in the green economy. To support this growth, we are also advancing the development of the East Side employment lands, ensuring there is space for new jobs and innovation to flourish.
And we're planning for long-term success with new water and wastewater pipes across the canal to better serve the East Side and unlock even more opportunities for the investment. Together, these steps ensure Port Colborne is building the prosperity today that will benefit generations to come.
Access to housing is one of the most important challenges facing communities everywhere, and Port Colborne is no exception. By increasing housing options, we are working to ensure that people of all ages and incomes can find a place to call home in Port Colborne. We are accomplishing this by aligning with local partners to improve housing options. We have also secured housing accelerator funding from the federal government to help develop diverse and affordable housing options right here in Port Colborne.
Following our partnership with Port Cares on the Chestnut Place affordable housing build, we are also collaborating with Niagara Region on another housing development at Haney Street and King Street. These projects show our commitment to supporting a mix of housing options that strengthen neighborhoods and provide stability for families. Along with the Housing Accelerator funding, we are advocating strongly with all levels of government for additional funding and policy support. Much of the housing growth we want to see depends on related infrastructure, especially improvements to water and wastewater systems. And we continue to push for those investments, which also have a knock-on effect for our parks, childcare facilities, and healthcare needs.
By planning today, we are preparing Port Colborne to welcome new residents while keeping housing affordable and attainable for everyone.
These efforts are helping build a stronger community where more people can put down roots, contribute, and thrive.
Sustainable and resilient infrastructure is the foundation of a safe and successful community. By investing in our roads, water systems, and public facilities, we are protecting residents today while preparing Port Colborne for the future. Over the past year, we have taken an aggressive approach to infrastructure remediation, tackling issues that were not addressed by previous councils. From the repairs of the Neff Street storm outlet to the restoration of the historic Tennessee gates, as well as roof rehabilitation on city facilities. We are resolving long-standing concerns that have impacted residents for decades.
Council has also made significant progress on our underground infrastructure. Water main replacements on Erie Street, Berkeley Avenue, Homewood Avenue, Davis Street, and West Street are helping to ensure reliable service for homes and businesses. At the same time, water main lining projects on North and South Crescent, Hampton Avenue, and Clarence Street are extending the life of critical infrastructure while saving costs for taxpayers. Above ground upgrades to West Street have transformed the areas with hydro lines relocated and new pergolas installed, improving both function and appearance.
Just as important as the work we are doing today is how we plan for the future. We have developed new asset management strategies that use technology to better predict future needs, ensuring we can prioritize investments and secure the funding required.
These efforts mean we are not just fixing the problems of the past, but building a stronger, more resilient Port Colborne for the generations to come. I want to extend a sincere thank you to our amazing staff team for helping to implement the projects and initiatives that are bringing Council's vision and strategic investments to life.
We have made real progress from investing in infrastructure to creating new housing, from supporting local businesses to taking steps to improve local health care. These are the priorities that matter most. But our work does not stop here. Council and staff remain committed to making Port Colborne a place where people want to live, work, and build their future. On behalf of Council, I want to thank our residents, our staff, and our community partners. With your dedication and support, we are making Port Colborne a city we can all be proud to call home.
I'll start off here by saying great job to council for the presentations and delivering the message, and phenomenal the number of projects that staff and council together have been able to do over the last number of years. And special thanks to Jasmine and her communications team for being able to bring that together and bring that story together for all of us to share. As we go through the budget tonight, I will spend a little bit of time, not too much time, just going over where we are with respect to our strategic plan and a couple of the highlights. I'm hoping this button thing will work. It might have died. Oh, that was you. Oh, there's another one. Okay. Okay, I'm there. Okay, so I know we all know the vision and mission statement of the city, but I think going through this budget, I think it's just important to just take a moment and just go over the vision and mission statement. Vision statement, a healthy and vibrant waterfront community embracing growth for future generations. I remember at the beginning of this term, council really spent a lot of time talking about healthy, and as we go through the budget today, not to give too much away, but there's a big investment with respect to making sure this community stays healthy for years to come. And to provide that exceptional small town experience in a big way, whether it be through our CIB community improvement programs to help local businesses to be able to expand or to be able to improve their service, or whether it be what you see right there on the picture with respect to our community engagement and our experience within the park. That connection that this budget tries to bring to life, I hope that we can express that, and I hope that council can feel that and the community can feel that as we go through the budget today. So we do know the strategic pillars. We just went over that in the video. What's very important, we know as a city, if we take care of our people and we try to make our processes simpler and we do projects of value, we will meet our customers' expectation, which is what our residents are looking for. So a couple points. I won't go over every slide. I know everybody's had a chance to read them as well as the community, but I'll just highlight a couple things as we go through. We have tried to change our metrics with respect to the strategic plan. We've tried to highlight specifically where we are, progress to date. I will just point out on this one, the FCM grant. I think there's some good news coming. We can't say too much, but we hope to have that, and we hope to have some check marks there relatively soon. As well as the climate action plan is under development, and we're hoping to bring that back to council very soon. Also on the climate and change front, we saw right in that video a number of tree giveaways. Something that many people may not know is Valley-Based Minerals over Canal Days gives away over 3,000 trees. Right at Canal Days, you can pick up a tree. Now I realize they don't all get planted in Port Colborne, but it is a phenomenal give back to the community. You can also see, and this is something new, and I really thank Public Works for working through this. This is us trying to predict where the urban tree canopy is going. So when you read this, you're going to see what we actually were in 2023 and 24 when we did the audits. And then as we plant trees, what we're trying to predict is once you plant a tree and you let it grow for 20 years, what's the tree canopy going to look like going forward? So this is a forward-looking model, because when you just plant a tree, I think everybody knows it's very small, but you're planting them for the next 20 years to see how they're going to grow over the next 20, 30, 40 years, and what's that going to do to the tree canopy. And that's what's so unique. Many challenges we face, we can go and maybe dig a hole, fix a pipe, and you can be done with it. But the tree canopy is one of those projects that we're planting today for a lifetime. It's for the next generation that's really going to meet that benefit. With respect to welcoming, livable, and healthy community, we've listed here where the investments are being made. Many people might not realize that our budget does support mental health, Pastones, and the memory clinic. Those are services that Port Colborne residents can obtain. As well as we have the funding that's going into a fund for doctor recruitment. We aren't where we want to be with doctors. The grant application will be going in by local community, the healthcare professionals, with the province coming forward. And that application that we have set aside, that roughly $300,000, will become available. We'll look to the healthcare committee to give us some advice on where to deploy that going forward. This is a long list. Council does an announcement twice a year when we actually have the opportunity to give out grants to various agencies across the community. This is the list that in 2025 received funding of some magnitude. You can see some is funded through the community grant, and others are more based to our budget, whether it be Sherkson and Bethel, which are based to our budget. Same with Friends Over 55 and the French Golden Age Center, both based to our budget. So this is how the budget allocation has worked previously. And what we are going to be doing is we're going to be sending out a survey, and it's called the Net Promoter Score. And I have another slide. I think Council has been learning a little bit about the Net Promoter Score. That score is really about how effective we're working with different groups and how effective we're meeting the expectations of the residents. So we'll be sending out our survey process to see where that scoring is, and we'll report back to Council early in the new year. This is just an update where we are with respect to trails. When you think about healthy, welcoming community, you're thinking about the trails, you're thinking about the parks. We do have a Parks and Rec master plan. Questionnaire is out right now. Any resident that might be looking or watching this tonight, I would encourage you to go online and do the Parks and Rec master plan, as well as the input that we're getting constantly from council with respect to that. We look to be back in early January of 2026 to present where we see the updated Parks and Rec master plan. Some of these metrics might change in that. They are taking a different look at how we measure some of our parks. So I would just say to council, we probably will see some changes in the benchmark in that, and we'll take that, and council will have the opportunity to make some decisions on that. Again, this is a number of the activities that the city is involved in going into the year. You'll see, and I appreciate the graph that's on the bottom of this one, because this gives you, I think, a better understanding of how that Net Promoter Score works. Our goal is obviously to be in the green. The Net Promoter Score can go all the way to negative 100 or positive 100. Negative 100, obviously, you really need improvement on that activity. And once you're in the positives, you're doing a pretty good job. We presented at the last council meeting Canal Days, which we had a Net Promoter Score of 36, and the community series, which has just been off the charts. I think the attendance has I think it'd be fair to say, in some of those days, we probably doubled the attendance from previous years, but the interest in that has been growing substantially. Economic prosperity. This is some data that we wanted to share with council and the community. Every year there are funds set aside to help companies start up, move forward, improve. And these are the programs, and you can go right on the website and you can type in any of these program names and you'll learn more about the program. And you'll see, well, this chart shows you how many grants were awarded and what the dollar figures are. The big ones with respect to the Economic Gateway, that's really Young Bunslauer and Asai Kasei coming in. Those dollar figures don't get finalized until we go through the whole MPAC assessment. MPAC assesses the value, and then that's how we assess the grant. The grant dollars don't come out of, and that's something that many people ask me, when you do give a grant for, they call them tax increment grants down under the economic zone area. When you give a grant for that, does it come out of the current tax base? No, it comes out of the future tax base. It comes out of whatever that new company is going to be bringing to the city at that point in time. Additional economic prosperity comments that we have for council. This is where we are with respect to the projects. Official plan, we look to be done in 2026. We have Q4. I've heard from our planner that might be sooner, so I'm actually quite excited about that. The zoning bylaw comes after that, as well as Invertos. The wharfs 18-1, 2, and 3 are constantly in development. There is funding from the federal government, trying to find that partner, and I appreciate our economic team that's trying to find the partner to pay the other half of that, to be able to make that happen. H.H. Knoll, as well as lands around the Lakeshore Catholic, are under development. We will be having more conversations in the new year on that. Increased housing options, we heard in the video about that. Here's some statistics with respect to housing options. You can see the growth rate of each of the type of housing type within the city over the last number of years. To date, we've been maybe a little bit lower than past years, but I understand there is a number that are coming in this fall after we did this presentation, so that number will probably be higher before we get to the end of the year. These next couple slides, I definitely will not go over in great detail. You have them. We also presented most of this information in another report from planning about 3 or 4 councils ago, but it shows a number of the milestones that we're trying to hit with respect to the Housing Affordability Fund. Council, remember, we received a grant for $4.3 million, and these were programs, or these were projects that we put in place to be able to show our ability to grow affordable housing within the city of Port Colborne. I'll leave you with those. When we do look at the number of units with respect to affordable housing, as of 2025, we project to end the year with 196 towards our goal of 300. We have 4 years to get to that goal. We still have 3 years left, so we're well on our way with respect to that. The Port Cares development is there. We talked about in that video, Haney Street and King Street, as well as we have an additional goal with the Housing Accelerator Fund, which we're still working through right now. And then sustainable infrastructure, this oftentimes, as we go through the budget today, there'll be a lot of discussion on that. We're going to leave that to our Director of Public Works to go over many of those projects, and our CFO Treasurer to go over them. But one highlight that I'll just give is when you look at this, when you're reading this chart, many people say, oh, we're really, how far along are you? Our goal as a city, and this is the goal that council set, was that we want to eliminate all of those very poor assets. Remember from our asset management plan, there were many assets across the city that had a very poor rating at the start of this council. So this is our progress towards having 0 assets at very poor. So the water, three years ago, we were 61% of the way there. Now we're 65. We're making progress. The next slide I show will show you why that progress isn't overnight, because the dollar figures are very big. Wastewater, we've made substantial progress, and that's because of the innovation of Public Works to reline the wastewater pipes instead of replace a whole pipe. It's kept the cost down considerably, and it's extended the life of the assets. On stormwater, you can see we're kind of just holding our own. That's because 3 years ago, we didn't have the stormwater system mapped. Public Works has now mapped the stormwater, and those investments are ready to start. These are the numbers, and I think anybody that's looking at our progress to date, because ultimately on that last slide, you want to get all those numbers to 100%. But this is what's very important to understand. That column there that says very poor or unknown the condition, if you look at the bottom, there's $304 million in assets in the city of Port Colborne rated as very poor. And that's where the investments of this budget, and that's where the investments of the last number of years have been going to make a difference in that area. Wastewater, we've done, I'm going to call it Omen's work to be able to move some of the wastewater projects forward. Storm will be starting, and water is where a lot of emphasis is going to go going forward, and we'll talk about that in the water budget. And this last, when you look at our goals with respect that have been set with the strategic plan, you'll see our movement or the effort that's been made is actually having an impact. In 2022, for every liter that we bill a customer, we were sending 2.27 liters back to the region's waste treatment plant. Like, that's a pretty staggering number. Like, so somebody buys a liter of water, and somehow we were able to turn it into 2.27 liters and send back to the plant. And that's because of all the I&I in the system. The work that's been going on to date, we're forecasting right now to have that down to 1.82. It's a small differential, but it's a big movement in the right direction. It's a movement that this city hasn't seen in years. So I just congratulate council, congratulate Public Works for the movement that they're making with respect to that. On water loss ratio, our goal is ultimately to get to 15% water loss. In 2022, we were at 36%. It's not great to explain that we went the other way this year. The real issue is we had double the number of water breaks, and when a water breaks, all that water gets lost, and we've counted it as water loss. Some cities might not count that as water loss. We've counted it as water loss because we don't want those breaks. We need to continue to replace the pipes so we don't have that situation, and that's where those investments need to continue. The CFO in this transition gave me the opportunity to talk about 3 number slides, and then he told me he was taking it from here. So I got 3 number slides, and I'm just going to hide. And before the number slides, he pointed out that I was going to have to just introduce how the budget was developed. This budget, and residents may be interested in this too, and I know council knows this, but when we end a budget year, we almost start talking about the budget already for the next year. Budget submissions were all due in the summertime, and then we worked through them. The mayors had many meetings to sit down and have conversations about where things were going, and this was just some of the timeline that we went through. So he gave me 3 things just so I could talk about a couple highlights. The first slide, most of these are just a continuation of projects that council has put in place in previous years. We continue to push them forward. We will note that there is a bit of an increase in the community events budget, and that really comes down to that concert series has been growing. We have to increase some of our security presence, some additional washrooms, things along that lines, because the number and the number of individuals that are coming out to partake is way larger than what we ever anticipated. So that's very exciting for the city, and I think it's very exciting for all of us to have accomplished that. On this slide, though, there are a couple things that I just really want to point out, and I'm sure we'll have opportunities to talk about more of them as they go forward, but this budget presents $1 million for healthcare. It'd be funded over 3 years. The real goal here is to be able to resource not just subject matter experts, advisors, to be able to make the case that we need expanded healthcare. Dollars that are going into those will be subject to the ability to support programs, whether it be for bringing allied health in, whether it be doing studies to make sure that we have the appropriate space for the future, whether it be hiring a legal expert to make sure that all legal requirements have been met with respect to any changes that might happen in healthcare within the city of Port Colborne. It's a very significant investment, but it's one that's needed at this time going forward. We have had great support from the Healthcare Advisory Committee with respect to the need for advancement. One conversation we're having a lot of talk about right now is to do a health equity audit. And I can say I had the opportunity to go and see some of the health data that's being collected across the province yesterday. And it's fantastic what is going to be, I think, at the fingertips of individuals coming forward. It's the kind of the information that as a council, you have been asking for, and as staff we've been looking for. It's finally becoming available. So we do have a meeting in the next 2 weeks with the company that actually has compiled it. I think that's going to be one of those starts. So this is a major investment to make sure that the city of Port Colborne has the health care that it wants and needs. The other one that I want to point out is St. Lawrence Seaway Lands. The St. Lawrence Seaway Lands is going to be a project that's going to take over 3 years. We've done an audit of the lands. We've talked to you, council, about this. Staff has spent a lot of time on it. We have a number of properties that we have with the Seaway that they're looking for, I'll call it a market rent, a rent that's higher than what we currently pay. And we also have a number of properties to which we have had longstanding agreements without a written agreement on. The complexity is Transportation Canada owns the land, and in order to formalize this, which needs to happen, in order for us to be able to add additional investments to lands, i.e. Lockgate Park down the road, we do have to do a number of studies. Environmental has to be done, legal negotiations have to be done, legal contracts have to be done, encroachment work, planning, zoning. There's a number of steps that are going to take. This is a significant investment. This is going to take quite a bit of time. This is going to take requirements to talk between not just the Seaway, but also the federal government to be able to sort out. There's no immediate, nothing will change in the immediate on how we use the property, but the reality is we do have a number of properties and we have to address that in order to ensure that the city of Port Colborne will have the access to this in multiple years to come. Why some of the properties are in kind of this state, I can't speak to, but we're going to address it. Records and bylaw too, I can say since coming into this role, one of the things that I've been most interested in or heard a lot of is with respect to bylaws. It's some of the bylaws written in a way that maybe sometimes people can't understand how it's written. It's written in a very legal way. It's not necessarily written in a way that you would say, okay, I understand the rule and I'm going to go do that. As well as some of the records that go around the history of how the bylaw got there or records of decisions that were made. So we are looking at making changes to that, and we are looking at doing a full review over the next 2 years of the bylaws and then coming back to council with some amendments to maybe make them either easier to implement or easier for people that have to abide by them on a regular basis to be able to understand and follow them. And I will just point out on this slide that the one thing that's interesting is one of the big changes, and I won't steal too much of the thunder that was made in the budget, but the mayor really pushed for was to adjust how we do our asset financing. And the ladder truck, we will be doing debt financing. And I can remember my first council meeting, first budget with Councillor Elliott, he asked me that exact question. And you know what? We were saving it for this moment, just for you, Councillor. And then this slide is a slide we've had every year, and it really just zeroes in on all the work going on in public works, whether it be the storm and water, where we're doing designs and getting ready for the next grant program, the sidewalks, and we know Councillor Bagu has always said, make sure we concentrate on the current sidewalks before we go start building too many new sidewalks. So our Director of Public Works is very well aware of that. The water program, I'm going to let Steve explain that more, but the reason why that's so big is really we're looking at what we've heard from Councillor Bruno's been one of them that has said, can we do more faster? And this water program is really about saying, instead of doing it over 3 years, we'll fund it over 3 years, but we'll start the work now. Let's get it going as soon as possible. So having done those couple slides, I don't know if there's any questions for me, but I'm happy to pass the baton on to the team to present the 2026 Strong Mayor budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Take questions at the end of Adam's presentation. That's fine. Good. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Year over year, the total capital and operating levy budget after growth is going to be 3.87%. We're able to get to this amount through direction from our mayor. The mayor's direction to staff included emphasis on debt financing, as well as a strategic use of gap in dollars. On this slide here, I just mentioned, that the mayor had some direction. This slide goes through in detail the dollars and cents behind going from the original budget, well, the staff proposed budget, and then the budget after applying the mayor's direction. Other mayor directions included on the rate side, a reduction in water loss, as well as reducing inflow infiltration. While I'm showing this slide right now, I'm going to go through it in more detail during the rate presentation, but I just thought I would emphasize it now because there is a capital infrastructure cost in both the budget presented now, because it's the capital budget, but it's funded from the rate program. The transition to debt financing has changed the weighting of the increase between the operating levy and the capital levy. In past, it was a 40-60 split, but because of debt financing this year, that increase or that split has changed between 3% and 97%. I'll go through the different operating pressures later in the presentation. When we compare the increases in operating expenses over the 5-year period, we had a 15% increase. But when we compare that to the consumer price index increases over the same period of time, we're at 16%. So what does that mean for a resident? The average residential property in the city of Port Colborne is valued at $203,000. The estimated impact is $152. The way we get there is there's 3 components to a resident's tax bill. There's the city component, there's the regional component, and then there's the educational component. Based on last year's tax bill, the city's portion represented 52% of that tax bill. The regions was 40%, and the education component was 7%. So if we look at that 3.87% increase that I just spoke about, and you multiply that by the city's portion of the overall tax bill, the weighting, which is 52%, the estimated blended rate, the blended increase to the Port Colborne resident is 2.04%, or $90. Okay? Another way of looking at that is by saying a 1% increase in the city's tax bill is a 0.53% increase in the overall tax bill, or $23. And one thing to keep in mind, a 1% property tax increase leads to approximately $270,000 in revenue. Now, when we look at property taxes comparison across the region, you will see that the average Port Colborne single detached house does pay more in city taxes than the average local area municipality. But that's because, unlike other local area municipalities, we have a full-time fire department, and we, as in all of us here, we've been focusing on capital, where 20% of our budget is capital. Now, the region side, we do have a more favorable outlook on the region property taxes, where the city component or the Port Colborne resident pays less than the average local area municipality, and that's primarily driven by assessment. When it comes to water and wastewater rates, Port Colborne residents do pay more when it comes to wastewater. And we've been talking about that quite a bit this evening, and that's a result of inflow and infiltration. You know, we are, as Brian said, for every 1 liter of water purchased, we're sending 1.82 liters of water back to the water treatment plant at the Niagara region for treatment. And when you look at it all in, a Port Colborne resident that is using water pays 1.4 cents per liter, not considering, the treatment of wastewater. So how does that compare altogether? Well, when you look at property taxes and what the Port Colborne resident pays for the rate programs, we're actually still better. We're better than the average local area municipality average household. So right now, the impact of doing nothing. Brian's presented this slide and I think the last few budget meetings. And right now, what I can say is, looking at this slide, is that 1257, that number there is what the wastewater cost is for a Port Colborne resident, whereas the average is 887. So there's that difference there of $370 that the Port Colborne resident pays more. Now, with wastewater cost expected to increase by 10% over the next 10 years, the average would increase to $230 or $2,300. Whereas if we do nothing to address our infrastructure challenges, the Port Colborne resident could expect to pay $3,200 a year. But because we are not doing nothing, we're trying to lower that difference, get it back to the average. Another slide to illustrate the impact of doing nothing is the affordability gap here. We have the Bank of Canada is looking at a 2% increase for CPI, but the construction inflation index is at 19%. So the more we can do now, the better, because things will just cost more in the future. At this point, are there any questions?
Council, anything at this point? Okay, Adam, keep going.
Sure. So this next slide illustrates the risks to the budget. You've seen this slide before, so I won't go through it. This slide here speaks to some notable risks that staff have identified and our mitigation plan should those risks come to fruition. So what do our tax dollars support This graph depicts where and how the city spends one's tax dollars. 18.9% are for parks and recreation, 19% is for capital. We have 10.8% for library, museum, archive, and Roselawn, 5.6% for programs, grants, and activities, 4.9% for economic development, 21.7% for public works, and 19.1% on community safety. On this slide here, it summarizes the capital project activity by department. At a high level, there were $48 million in open capital projects at the start of the year. An additional $7 million in projects were approved in 2025. There was $20 million in actual spending, $2.7 million in closed or projects that we expect to be closed in year, and leaving $38 million in open projects at the end of the year. Now this slide here, it tells the same story, except not in the dollars, but in the number of projects. The number of projects that were at the start of the year, the number of projects that were added, and the number of projects that were closed. And when we consider this budget that we are talking about here today, that would be an additional 31 projects, and that would leave us at the start of 2026 with 110 open capital projects. Now, before I hand it over to our Director of Public Works, Steve Schapowski, to go through some of the completed projects, are there any questions?
Councilor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. Adam, great job. I should have asked you this when the mayor asked for questions before. That slide that you've added would be most helpful on the 1%, what that is in dollars, $23, and the 1%, 270,000. Is there a chance you could send us that slide separately?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thanks.
No, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the projects that we've completed or are on track for completing in this year. And the first one that we have here is Clarence Street. So we started this project with a storm sewer that was actually collapsed along the roadway there, and it was limiting a lot of the businesses from being able to push their stormwater either from their rooftops or their properties into the sewer. So they actually had to relocate it for a short duration to the sanitary sewer, which obviously is something that we don't want to do, but as a short-term fix, that's what we needed to do until this project was completed. Over the project, it did expand to include the lining of a water main. So that was the first water main lining that was actually ever done in Port Colborne. So congratulations to council on that first one that we did. It wasn't too long after that we started doing a number more as well, but this is the first one that we had, and it was very successful. Did have a couple issues along the way that we had to work through. There was multiple 90s into the pipes that weren't documented in documentations that we had. So different things that we had to work through, but at the end it was successful. And on the right-hand side, you can see the overall landscape that we ended up putting back, which is in line with the plan that we had for the downtown core as a whole. That dates back to 2012-ish era, where the whole area was streetscaped. So we did go with those plans as well, just to make sure as we expand and redo some of the sidewalks in the downtown core, we're not losing space, we're not heading backwards, but we're already planned and prepared for the next steps. Next, we had the Lions Field mural that we installed on the facility on Clowley Street East. That was in conjunction with the Niagara region through the Public Realm Investment Program that we ended up getting funding through with them. That also incorporated the fencing and some of the streetscaping trees that were also planted the year beforehand. And then, of course, we have Lockview Park, which is our newest park that was installed with a full playground, gazebo. We also have the walking track. And if you look at the top right photo on the left side of it, we left a little part of the trail open there. And the reason we're doing that is because we'll be extending that trail to head parallel with the railway to connect over to the Mellenby Street Bridge. That'll start to increase the connectivity over to Lock 8 Park, which can also move all the way to Dane City. And on the reverse side, we have new sidewalks on John Street, which also heads to the Valley Health and Wellness Center, to Elizabeth Street, which eventually ties in to the Friendship Trail as well towards Fort Erie, Waynfleet area. So it's an overall greater connectivity, and this park was a great stepping stone to be able to make those connections happen. And West Street, there was a ton of work, and I'll give big props to the project teams on West Street. That was a lot of work that happened in a very short amount of time. On the left-hand side, you can see the pergolas that were installed. That was a lot of streetscaping that had to happen. The entire area was pulled out and then put back, which greatly increased the accessibility of the area, makes it more usable for everyone. And next year, for spring, there will be some new street furniture that's going to be installed under those pavilions and to the side. So that'll be something great to look out for next year. And we also have this street lighting that was installed. So all the old aerial overhead lines that were installed previously have been removed. They were either relocated or pushed underground. And now we have some nice decorative street lights that really speak to that old-fashioned feel on West Street. So they look great. And I know our CAO and treasurer already mentioned the water main installations that we completed. But for full replacement water mains, we completed Davis Street, we did Homewood Avenue, Berkeley, and then we also did a section of West Street as well. And those were full restorations that were already in the queue before we started our lining programs, which are a bit more cost effective, and we can get more work done opposed to the actual full construction that was completed previously. But those are done now. This is actually an interesting slide, and I wanted to share this with council because it just speaks to the water main lining program that we're doing. So on the left, you can see a trench that's happened. These are one of the shafts that we dig on top of the water main at either side of the main to be able to install the liner. And the left picture, the existing state, is when we first cut into that pipe. You can see all of that rusty growth on there, tuberculation. So that's the existing state of a lot of the cast iron water mains that we see in the ground today. Now, what we do is we first initially go in and we actually ream all of that tuberculation out, which creates that after cleaning state on the right-hand side. So it gets all of that debris out. It opens it so that you have the full width of the pipe there again. And then we line it. And from that bottom picture, you can see the nice lined pipe that brings it back to what it used to be compared to that first existing state where we've lost a lot of capacity and volume inside that pipe. And it also, doesn't look the greatest. So it's a very cool program, and it's getting us there at a much cheaper rate than it would for full construction as well. And again, that was done on North Crescent, South Crescent, and currently underway on Schofield Avenue in Hampton. And as I just mentioned, Clarence Street was also done as the first one completed. This is actually a very interesting slide. This one gets me really excited. It's not a pretty picture, but they're graphs that tell a bit of a story here. And through the wastewater lining, so again with lining, but on the wastewater side, we ended up taking on a mainline program. So about 3 years ago, we ended up coming to council and we pitched a bit of a plan as to how to eliminate inflow and infiltration into the wastewater system. And with that, we ended up identifying priority areas for inflow and priority areas for infiltration. And some of those we've been working on in replacing main lines or installing the liners in main lines. And now we're currently on to the track of installing lateral liners. Well, this is a snapshot in time. So the first one is actually in 2023 before we started any of the program. And the bottom one is 2025 after the mainline program's been done, but before the lateral program. So you can see on the top slide in 2023, about 80 liters per second of groundwater was entering that pipe at that time, before we started work. That's significant. You can see the rise in pipe. As soon as you see the rain come in, it's in the pipe right away. And it actually extends for a duration of time too. So you can see how long it actually stays elevated. And that's all water that's getting into the system. Now fast forward to 2025, a very similar event. Little less rain, but it lasted longer. So it's very hard to get storms that are exactly the same, probably will never happen, but you always look for ones that are similar in nature. So this is very comparative, and we're actually down to 26 liters per second in one small area. So you can actually see we don't have that immediate spike in the same area, and it doesn't linger for as long after. So that means we're combating the infiltration in that area. So although we report on a wastewater front for the city as a whole, we also as staff look at these smaller areas, because this is what tells us if something's working or not working, and this is what guides our future decisions. So this just shows that we're being successful in those areas. And the next part of this is the lateral lining, like I mentioned. So next year, we're hoping to have one more graph here that gets us down even a little bit further from that lateral lining, and then that'll prove that that's actually working as well, and we should keep progressing with that pattern. This is Olga. So Olga Drive had a collapsed storm sewer as well. It actually had a few collapses in it. And this is an old corrugated steel pipe that was installed basically in a ditch in the past and then filled in. And what was happening was we actually have on the right-hand side, you can see some black voids along the side of the pipe. And it was actually raw to that spring line the entire way. So what happens is the stone's actually the only thing holding that pipe in place. And then it will eventually collapse. So this is one area where we did replace the pipe. You can see how complicated it was with a lot of the underground infrastructure that was surrounding it. But you also note that it was half full of sediment inside of there too. So that's what we're going to see when we report back with our stormwater master plan of the condition ratings. We're going to see a lot of this, right? We're going to see a lot of CSP pipe that was in there that's damaged, that needs to be replaced. And we're also going to see a lot of pipe that's filled with debris. And sometimes that debris is extremely hard to remove without damaging the pipe, depending on the pipe material. So staff is going to have to be very cautious at how we approach these items, but we'll be prioritizing based on the necessity that we need, based on looking at the system as a whole. So that's something we'll report back on, but I just wanted to highlight this to council that this is some of the infrastructure that we found in the ground so far, and we do expect that there will be more of similar fashion. And we have Homewood. So at the end of Homewood, along the Eagle Marsh Drain, we ended up doing a retaining wall out of stone. This is something that's been on the books for quite a few years now. I think I looked back in 2014, there were estimates for about $700,000 to build walls along the shores there. And we were able to do this for a fraction of the price. And this was actually done by our staff in-house as well too. So it was a lot more cost effective, and it looks great out there now too, compared to the old blocks that were just slumping over during the time. So yeah, great project that was completed in a good, timely fashion. These are two bridges that we're doing right now. So the one on the left is the Eagle Marsh Bridge. That one's currently underway, will be completed by the end of the month. And the one on the right is the drain at Lakeshore Road East. That one's already been completed, but some of the bridge work we haven't touched in a very long time, so this is nice to get these ones done there, and it also speaks to some of the poor and very poor ratings that we see on the Ontario Structural Inspection Manual bridge inspections. So that brings some of those ratings up as well, having that rehabilitation done on those bridges. And of course, we're all proud to be a part of the Remembrance Day crosswalk, the Veterans Crosswalk. It came out really well, and we're excited to have that done before November 11th and be out there for the ceremonies as well. So that was a good one to be a part of. And we also have Welland Street on the right-hand side, putting a trail onto the west side of the roadway. And at the same time, we're also doing full road reconstruction. So something, again, that we haven't as a city done much of. We've done a lot of shave and paves, but this is full road reconstruction. And we're actually lowering the road a little bit too, to accommodate some of the private property drainage out there. Some of the private properties have sunk over time, so we're trying to do everything we can to accommodate drainage for that as well. For our facility and fleet side, so we do have 3 trucks, electric EV trucks. They're the first ones that we have as a city that were installed. They're working really well right now, and we also have our parks trailer. So you might have seen it in the parks sometime throughout the summer, but it houses our zero turns. So we actually use these EVs to pull that big trailer that we have, and it works really well. So those have been working well. Tractor, utility van, an electric mower that we've had now. And next year we're starting off with an autonomous mower too that you might have seen at Touch a Truck if you were out there. But this will actually be cutting some of the soccer fields out there, and it's pre-programmed to have a route, and it will do it by itself. And it's actually supposed to make the grass quite a bit healthier as well, because the blades are a lot thinner and narrower. We also have the library roof, so our Rachel can sleep easy now, knowing the books are protected, and put them back on the shelf. There was quite a bit of work that needed to be done to restore that area, but it turned out really well, and we haven't had any leaks, so it's positive. And on the right-hand side, we also have the Rose Lawn Accessibility Project that we're taking care of right now. It's currently under the works, but this is a picture of us removing the old oil tank that was underground. So it's something that we're removing that was left behind, because we're going to be putting the concrete ramp in that same location and coming in through the wall. So that's another project that we're working on right now as well. And maybe I'll just ask if there's any questions about those projects, or
Councilors? Okay.
Perfect. Adam? Thank you.
Thanks, Steve, for sharing that information. So moving back on to numbers. This graph here on the screen here shows the known and expected debt based on the needs of current capital projects. It shows that we will be significantly below our self-assessed annual repayment limit, and will also be below the provincial limit as well. This slide, it basically summarizes where we started the year with our reserve balances and where we expect to end the year with respect to reserves. This slide is similar, except the reserves are grouped by type. And then when it comes to funding capital is, there's a number of different ways that the funding envelope is made. So we have the property taxes, or the levy. We have funding from the rates. There's 3 different rate programs. We have grants and donations. We have user fees. We have debt, and we also have development charges. This graph here goes back. It's one that you might have seen from the asset management plan. And it basically, the bars in red demonstrate the actual funding needs for the city to replace the city's assets. And as you can see, our funding is not at the level that's required. But over the next 20 years, or I guess, the next 20 or so years, if we increase our budget by 20%, we should be fully funded. This slide as well demonstrates the same thing. It shows that assets in very poor condition are at $265 million. Another way of looking at this is, if we look at the total funding for the 2026 capital budget, it's approximately $11.6 million. And while it exceeds the city's amortization from the 2024 financial statements of $6.6 million, it is approximately $15 million less than what would be required based on our asset management plan. This slide here just demonstrates how the levy funding is built. There's components for the levy and then the different reoccurring grants. Now this slide here is one that I think you've seen a few times, and it's one that I think council should be very proud of in that since 2020, the capital budget has grown significantly. It was 1.7 million at the time, and now it's at $7.6 million. So that's a great feat in helping reduce that funding deficit. At this point, we'll go through the capital projects by department. So if we have a question.
Councilor Bagan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we get too far ahead, you mentioned about some assets in poor condition. What defines poor condition? Something that's going to fall apart within a year or two? Like every department has poor condition, from roads on the library to the fire department to public works.
Mr. Shapowski.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So condition will be just based on exactly what you just said. It's going to be different per asset type. So in cases when we look at underground infrastructure, so pipe networks, whether it's water, sanitary, storm, it's largely based off of age and then material type. But as we've been moving forward with CCTV and documenting what's happening, we're adding extra layers to that asset as well. So for water mains, now we're adding water main break data, fire flow data, and that's helping guide some of the decisions in the future. Same with rooftops. We have expected life frames from that, and then we're doing inspections past that to be able to identify exactly when those need to be replaced. So a lot of it's age-based, but then staff put a different perspective on it for real life inspections.
To you, Mr. Mike. Okay, I accept that. And good thing we don't do it on council. Eh? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm good.
Thank you, Council. I guess that's a look in the mirror moment for you. Any further questions? Councilor Bruno.
Maybe I could just get some clarity. This might be more for the rate budget, but you have alluded to many times storm, water, and wastewater in here, and the debt financing to do it. And so I didn't know if there's a way on a post-mortem basis to look at whether that borrowing paid off. So, like, you know, if you're doing it at 2.5%, you're bringing those years forward. But can you model the fact that, those pipes, right, were in bad shape, what they might have leaked? Then there's the issue of what today's charge would be in lost efficiency or leaks. Then there's also what the region was adding on every year, 8, 10, 12% for a period of time. And then there's what that water loss would have been prevented over the length of the financing. I know there's so many variables that can happen, because on the overall system, you could be doing that and you get 39 water breaks and it's all for naught. But I don't know if you've done or can do any modeling on this low-hanging fruit water and wastewater as to why it indeed is better to debt finance it. And when we look at some numbers later and what the infrastructure deficit is on the, is it practical to keep going that way? So I don't know if that's something that can be achieved with some degree of accuracy.
Well, it's a great question, and I think we can definitely build a model. There will be, as you said, a lot of different variables and assumptions that need to be made, because there's going to be how much precipitation is there, right? How much inflow and infiltration, like all these different variables that will impact in the certain components of that model, right? If you were to say, let's just do a model where we're going with these certain assumptions, absolutely, we can do that. But in terms of overall, we'll have to pick and choose what assumptions get made, and there's a number of different factors at play that, like the environment that we don't have a say in.
Yeah. I like your last line, because it brings to mind to me that you can do the modeling and the differential may be here, and so it looks in another way, right? If it was only half that much, right, it was still worth doing the debt financing. So yeah, you got this variable, but it may be so profound that this are just at average conditions. But if we get more rain than the average over the last 25 years, it may be I don't know if it's a mammoth exercise, or have some people who, Waterworks Canada, right? Some people already done that kind of modeling.
Yeah, I think we can definitely attempt to put something together. How accurate it's going to be, that's another story, just based on all the different variables. Yeah, yeah.
Further questions? Yeah. No? Okay, council? Okay, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, sure, thank you. Okay, so at this point in time, we're going to go through the capital projects by department. Slide by slide, I'd ask that if you do have any questions, let's ask those questions for each slide. We have representatives from most departments here today that will be able to add more detail should there be a specific project that you have questions about. So the first area or department is the facility. Having trouble talking. The facilities department, where we have approximately $863,000 in capital projects that we're going to be doing. The first project is the Roselawn roof replacement. The second one is City Hall HVAC. Third, Arabella's tea room window replacement. And as well as a project that was mentioned earlier, and that's the YMCA facility upgrades. Are there any questions about these projects?
Councillor Bagan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Roselawn roof replacement, is the whole complex considered Roselawn or just the mansion itself in the president's room? And the other part is something else altogether?
Mr. Szapowski.
Yes, through your worship. So this actually includes the flat roof portion over the president's room, and then also the sloped roof that you would see as you enter the parking lot from Carter Street. So it would be that whole L shape. It's the theater, yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, just for clarification, it's the new addition that was put on the mansion back in the 60s. So yeah, president's room, kitchen, curling lounge, what we called the curling lounge, Mark, and the old curling club, now the theater roof. So, anything further? Counselor?
Not sure, but are these the same guys that gave us the price that did the library? Are they is that the same contractor you guys got hired for this one?
Through you, your worship. So no one's hired at this point right now, but we have had Tremco, who did some of the work on the library and oversaw the work at the Valley Health and Wellness Center. They've done the initial takeoff and some destructive testing to determine if the roof was needed at this time. And it was determined there are some leaks and water is getting underneath the membrane. So now is a good time to do it before more damage occurs. But we would be retaining another contractor to be able to do that under the project oversight through Tremco.
I know they've got a good name behind them in that. I just find that they're very expensive, but see what the bid goes out and see what happens there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions? Adam.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have the fleet and equipment capital projects, which are budgeted at $3.8 million. Those projects include fleet and equipment replacements, and those vehicles would be a van, a second ice resurfacer, which would be electric, a RTV, a electric pickup truck, a boat motor for the marina, a zero-turn mower, an electric zero-turn mower, a ladder truck, which we talked about earlier, which is going to be debt financed, and there are also some pre-committed funds from past budgets. Okay. Next up, information technology budget at $1.1 million. It includes IT evergreening, council chambers system upgrades, IT security upgrades, as well as a new city website. Questions? For the parks, we have approximately $1.2 million in capital being asked. This money is actually going to be a reserve transfer, and the next steps would be for council to identify, or for staff to identify as projects and bring forward to council based on the Parks and Rec master plan, which will be presented in January of 2026. For the cemetery, we have budgeted $135,000 for cemetery improvements.
Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess on this one, before I get to the details of the question, the 85,000, when you have a capital program and you have things in next year and the year after, I take it you're moving potentially those things back and forth if the need arises or the item breaks down. It seems to me on the, I'm trying to understand your process. So in this cemetery improvements, an additional 85 has been designated for the purchase and installation of wayfinding, regulatory plot markers, signage throughout the cemeteries, as well as for new benches and grave location assistance signs. So I'm thinking that would be nice to have, but is it needed to have right now? Versus, what if there's $85,000 of other things that are more important? Like, how does this hit the books now? And are there more important projects behind that? I don't know if that's Steve, because it's your department. Like, again, signage seems to be nice, and I don't know if we're going for, row A, B, and C. I mean, in the whole scheme of things, it doesn't look like much, but I'm trying to understand how it gets, if there's a 20-year plan and we're in year 5, how does that become really important when I would think we had a lot of other needs that might supersede that?
Through your worship. So we are, one of the most important parts of the cemetery request is having the headstones leveled, which we have started already to date. When they hit a certain angle, we need to be able to repair them to prevent, a child or someone from leaning on top of them falling on someone. So that's one of the most important things to have this funding for, is to do that. The signage is also very beneficial. I know a lot of people in the area benefit from having that, and there's been comments to say, like, we want more signage, we want to be able to know where people are. There's also interpretive boards that we can put up, there's benches, there's different stuff that we can make just a better experience at our cemeteries. And that's what some of this is for, with the main priority being the headstones for a safety reason. So, yeah.
I guess I'm wanting a little more understanding on the macro side. So, next month, sometime this year, a counselor puts up his hand and we need something, and it's not in the budget, and it's a really important thing, or it's being done 3 years from now, and we've spent $85,000 on signs. So I'm still not quite sure. Does like every department get its A, B, and C, and so cemetery has to take its turn? I mean, it still comes back to me that it'd be great to have, but I'm wondering, in the times we're in all the other projects you have, if $85,000 is best spent elsewhere when it's not a need. Well, I guess you can call it a need, but I see it more as a want. It'd be nice to have. It will make it better, but if somebody can explain how these things get prioritized. Because generally speaking, when I look at all these capital projects, like, I'm not going to say we don't need a zero-turn mower and 2 of them, because it'll probably make things more efficient. The other ones are old. If you don't have it, you're overtime, you're doing something else. But this is one of those ones that struck me unlike IT, unlike a lot of other things, how does it get there? If I look at, improvements in, I don't know, the ventilation or the junior B room we talked about last year, those kind of things, and then I see this happen, I just want some clarity from somebody.
Yeah, CAO. Through the mayor to the councillor. So what happens with the capital programs is we do have long-term funding plans for each of the sections. We do have, for most of the asset categories, we have long-term capital plans. The 135 came up a couple years ago when we started talking about assuming cemeteries. And that did become kind of an allotment because every section of the budget has some sort of allotment. This was a significant allotment, but in the grand scheme of some of the other projects, not as large. The main category is headstones with respect to here. Internally, staff had some conversations about for the last 2 years. We've been trying to push the headstones, and we have a long way to go on headstones. If council was to direct us to say to use the 135 and just keep moving on the headstones, we would be more than happy to do that. It was within staff's view to push this forward to advise the mayor, because it's the mayor's budget, to say that at some point in time, we have to have some balance with respect to just taking care of, and I know we're always talking about water and wastewater, but you sometimes hear the adage that you're taking care of the pipes and people don't really realize what's going on for everybody else. So at some point in time, we thought we do and we should be adding some more functionality to the overall cemetery. So because some people can see the headstones being fixed, but not everybody can. So it's about how do you expand the functionality and the usage at the location. So we were trying to find a balance, and this was a year that we put forward that balance. If it's something that council would rather give us direction to spend the funds and just keep going on the headstones, because the headstone work is going to be many, many more years to go. I see Director of Public Works shaking their head. But this was to try to find a balance, so that way people that use it and aggregate it can improve their experience, and not everything's going to the core maintenance to which they may or may not see the true benefit from.
So I guess that's the kind of explanation I was looking for, but brains smarter than mine who are in that department know that balance. And they've made this call. And generally I would want to go by that because they're the subject experts and they're around it all the time. It just seems to me that this is one of those ones where, yeah, if you got, like, I don't know that you got $300,000 worth of headstones to do. And if it's a liability issue, yeah, I probably would want to go towards that. But, as counselors, we don't know what we don't know. And somebody has made that decision that going faster on headstones isn't a good idea versus doing the signage, whereas I think the headstones, if somebody's going to fall, hurt, it does the appearance, and signage would be nice to have, and we'll get it down the road. I prefer, I just don't want to make a night of getting into the weeds here.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that where we might be going with this, and I think it would be a great idea, is that if the 135 is approved, we would prioritize all of the headstones before anything is spent on any kind of wayfinding signage within the cemeteries. And I think that would be a wise call as well.
It's good by me. Thanks.
Just to be clear, Steve, some of this has come from the public that use the cemeteries, that visit, about wayfinding and things like that. So It's not just staff came forward with this. This is because the public has come forward to our staff that works there. So I have no issue with doing this, but based on what you're doing in the coming year, have you already predetermined kind of good, better, best as far as like we do everything else, where you've got 30 headstones this year that have to be fixed, but moving on, there's X amount per year that as they start to lean. Do you already have that predetermined, or are you still going through that?
Yes, through you, your worship. The ones that we have, because we did take over a couple of new cemeteries, so those wouldn't be included. But the original count was about 400 headstones that needed to be done over time. So it was quite significant. Some of those are on the boundary line that can stay, but they should be repaired a little sooner. It's an easier repair to be done. We can fix the bases pretty quick. So that's where we were starting with as a starting space, but there's also a lot of aged cemeteries. Some of the cemeteries that were coming online now are quite old as well and already have tombstones that need to be replaced, well, not replaced, but fixed and corrected and put upright as well. So, yeah, so this money would go towards that we've already started so far this year, which I think we've done about 40 or so far.
You're good with that? Great, thanks. Go ahead, Adam.
Moving on, we have our planning projects, which is approximately $2.4 million. These projects have been spoken about a couple times this evening, and there are records and bylaw modernization project, St. Lawrence Seaway land matters, as well as the healthcare projects.
Councillor Aquilina.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Adam, because I sent a question about the St. Lawrence project to Adam, and I appreciate the CAO doing a fuller explanation as well. When I was reading this, I kind of took the audit to mean those buildings were new. It kind of read, I read it that we didn't know that we had those buildings. So I'm glad that there's a clearer explanation. And then for the budget part, where it's saying it's being recovered from another project. So this one says 950, that says 690. So I wasn't sure if that's, which one's correct. But we're committing to the 950 now, but it's going to trickle over the next 3 years of the project. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Bruno?
Actually, I'm good. Withdraw.
As for roads and sidewalk renewal projects, we're at $2.4 million, and that includes projects related to guide rails, the annual roads resurfacing program, our sidewalk program, our OSIMS design and construction projects, wayfinding signage, school safety zone project, fire lane pillars, traffic studies, gateway sign design, and the Centennial Park wetland project that was a part of the amendment.
Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This may probably be better to go through Steve, but I know some of the councilors that have been around here for a while might have a similar question. I can remember when Mr. Iannello was in your chair, and we were trying to get to 750 and 900 and $1 million. And now when I look at annual road resurfacing, it looks like, when you read this, it's got, it almost sounds like it's got, what's the word I'm looking for? Not gutters, but other things besides. It looked to me like the annual road resurfacing is tiny and not getting very much lift from the levy of only 59,000, and we talk about, construction cost index and all that stuff. It's hard because I'm looking at the way things used to be laid out when we wanted 700, 900, and $1 million to be sustainable. And why does this look like a small number to me?
Mr. Shabowski.
Through you, your worship. So it does look small, even compared to previous budgets, it looks small. But what we're doing is we're actually doing more work in different areas of the transportation network. So you can see our sidewalk budget's gone up significantly. Our guide rail has gone up because we're doing guide rail replacement now. We're doing different types of construction. So these requests are all encompassed within that transportation budget, where in previous years, we might have just been doing shave and paves that were taking place. So it was all lumped in together, but now we're kind of breaking it out to be able to take care of those other assets, similar to the bridge rehabilitations that we're doing now. Those are things that weren't really on the docket before. So the money's there, but it's not only being spent on asphalt, it's being spent on all of the entities, all of those assets within the transportation network.
Just because when I see, and I'm happy that we've been doing this, sidewalks going up at 20% a year because it was in the sewer, it was $75,000 at one time. But I would have thought roads would have been keeping pace. Like what were we spending a year ago or 2 years ago or 5 years ago on asphalt? Just this amount? Like, we haven't cut it, but are we growing it as fast as it needs to? Like, I'm really trying to just figure out that matrix of priority.
I'm gonna go to the CAO.
Thanks, Mayor, and to the councillor. That catch on you is phenomenal. It's a great question. So when you look at the capital budget, you can go back in the last couple of years, you're gonna see the roads budget growing at a very constant 20% every year. This year and next year and the year after, we have some very unique circumstances going on. So what we have going on is the East Side Employment Lands, which we approved at the last special council, and there's going to be a grant application that's coming back through to council to approve, which you can see this budget starts, and I know we've talked about this budget will start to move us towards that. So there's a number of studies being done, the engineering work with respect to Sugarloaf, with respect to Lockview area, all of that is going to receive, that work that we'll end up doing will receive 50% grant funding, which will ultimately replace the water, wastewater, you're gonna get roads redone. It's gonna be the largest investment in core infrastructure that I think this council is gonna be.
Roads are done in that.
Roads are done in that.
Okay.
So what we've had to do with the many competing instances, and oddly enough, we talked about competing instances on a cemetery, but that exists, that push and pull exists across the whole capital budget. So we have had to, in order to make sure that we can get the Roselawn roof and a couple other things done, this area isn't as strong, but on aggregate, you're gonna see as the grants get finalized and we can bring them back, the total amount that you'll be spending on roads will be more than, not just more than what you've done, it'll be more. And I don't know how to say that. That wasn't very professional. I apologize to council, but it will be quite substantial. And but that is what it is. There's other funding sources that will fund the next generation of road resurfacing. So our trajectory on roads is very strong and will continue to grow. And we'll continue to grow this number. You'll see it revert back to a higher number in the future budget.
Yeah, because councillor, you got to remember back in the day that budget, if Public Works went in and did a water sewer project, it came out of the roads budget. Now a lot of it's put in as part of that project, and the funding that comes from provincial and federal dollars on these grants pays for that. So in essence, we actually, but we are spending more because the roads budget is for roads that all we're doing is fixing roads, where before it was fixing roads, repaving because of construction and everything else. So it was eaten up everywhere else, where now if you look at the dollars spent across the whole budget, we are spending a lot more on roads than we used to. It's just, it comes.
Appeared to be in the last 2 years,
Yeah. So, all right.
Thank you.
Councillor Aquilina?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I reached out to Adam, and it's about the traffic study on Mellenby and Welland Bridge. And my concern was that it talks about proposed development, and my understanding with the traffic studies is typically the developers are the ones that pay for the traffic study. So Adam provided a great explanation, but I thought the public might want to hear the added information that you provided to me. So if you could speak to that.
Yeah, sure. And so the explanation I gave, I guess the simple answer is, why is it not included in development charges? It's because it wasn't included in the development charge study. That's a simple answer, but the answer is much more than that. It's because the area in question, Mellenby and Welland and the bridge, we don't actually own those areas. Those are owned by like the Niagara region and by the Seaway. So we couldn't charge development charges on there. As well, we're doing the study. Like they should be doing the study, but we're doing the study because like our residents are the ones that are impacted. And by having that information, when we go and have conversations with the region in the Seaway, we're better prepared to have those conversations. We have like actual studies that we can say, hey, look at this is how these areas, the way they're designed, are impacting the residents in future development.
Thank you very much. I'm good.
You're welcome.
Great, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bodnar, then Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak to that Centennial Park wetland. I guess now is the time. I don't think it's going to come up again. So I'm very supportive of all of this. It's actually to help the drainage in that area, and I believe it will. But I think staff have realized that this could be much more than just the drainage pond, for lack of a better word. And the opportunity to put walking paths in it, paths of recreation. But I think it's important that we do it correctly with a number of things looking to the future. And it may come up in the Parks and Rec master plan also, but I can envision that area, if we build it right, of also being a large area in the wintertime to skate on. We could have a shelter there for people to come, change their skates, maybe a fire pit. So I think it's important as we go along that we think of all that so that we build it so we can incorporate all this other stuff. And I like the way staff are approaching this. I just think that we need to incorporate everything we can think of to make that really a destination. And I think Centennial Park there lends itself to a whole bunch more. We got the land, we got everything. We could have, we could have wildlife demonstrations out there for the kids and everything. So great opportunity. I just wanted to throw that out there. I have talked to staff on some issues, so that's it.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick on the request F3 for sidewalks. Clarification, I just came across this over the weekend when I was going over it and didn't have a chance to talk to anybody. But Rosemount Avenue. And we're going to redo Rosemount from St. Patrick's School to 100 meters south of Kalali Street. So I'm waiting to see how that sidewalk goes over the train tracks and up through the field to Kalali. I'm assuming that it's going to go south, but to some other street other than Kalali.
Steve?
Through your worship, so we did notice that copy and paste there. So I just want to mention at the same time with this list, we have West Street from Clarence to Victoria, along with Rosemount. I just didn't want this to be misleading as well, because it also says identified for maintenance or replacement. So council might be thinking, well, these full blocks are getting replaced, but there's actually just maintenance being done on those sections as well. So from Rosemount, it would be along the St. Patrick section from Clarence South that we would be looking at for maintenance purposes only. Some of the reasons it would be for maintenance only is because it's a school zone, but then we're also looking at storm sewer infrastructure, which is directly adjacent to that sidewalk too. So we need to get by for the time being, but we don't want to put full sidewalks in yet because we don't want to risk losing the sidewalks as well too. It's the same with West Street. If we choose to go one-way street one day, that would be the benefit. But for the time being, we still need to maintain the sidewalks as is.
Okay.
So in answer to his question, Kalali should really read Clarence? 100 meters south on Rosemount from Clarence?
Correct, south of Clarence, correct.
South of Clarence,
Okay, so
not
just,
Kalali.
just basically the property of the school, along the fence. Okay, and while we're talking about Rosemount and any issues that you have, can you mark down, is there any thought given to finishing the sidewalks right down to Sugarloaf? Because they end, gonna say Stanley? Ash. And then there's no sidewalk that goes down to Sugarloaf on either side. And it sure would be nice to have that connectivity so that if kids are walking home and stuff like that, they would be on the sidewalk, not on the shoulders of the road. So when I saw that, I'm thinking, okay, we're talking about 100 meters south of, no, it's not Kalali, and I'm hoping it was farther down. But if we could ever take that into consideration sometime when we're doing more construction, not just rehabbing things that, just finish it off, so.
Make sure you meet with Councillor Bagu because he's always in for fixing existing before you put in new. Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
that is an area that's been a question. I mean, CMT was there forever and that was a section that never had sidewalks. Mind you, it's got a boulevard a mile long, or a mile wide.
Yeah.
But you're right, so.
Okay.
Put that in your notes for the next
time.
couple of years.
Okay.
Good, thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go back to Centennial Park wetland, Councillor Bogner. I'm totally for this project, no problem. It's great to see the Conservation Authority get involved also. While we have to wait and see what happens to Conservation Authorities now with provincial changes coming up. But my question is, this wetland is still part of the drain. And so future maintenance should not a portion, say 25% of the cost, be charged against the drain rather than the taxpayer in the future?
Through you, your worship. So with the city choosing to install this as a feature of our park, I would say the maintenance would be on the city of Port Colborne for that.
Okay, that's something I agree with, but we could probably come back to that at a later date. As our CEO always says, water pays for water and drain pays for drain. So I'll bring that back later on, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, moving on to storm sewer. The storm sewer capital budget is approximately 1.5 million, with projects being in the Clark area storm sewer for the environmental assessment and design, storm sewer repair and rehabilitation, as well as a reserve transfer of $464,000. Wastewater projects are approximately $4.9 million this year, with Sugarloaf Street and the Marina area having an engineering project. There's a Highway 140 project, as well as funds dedicated to pre-committed projects and reserve transfers. With respect to water, it's approximately $10 million, with the 2026 to 2028 water main lining program making up most of that, as well as the Lockview area servicing project. There's some pre-committed funds that are being used, as well as reserve transfers of $750,000. Okay, and that's the capital budget. So here on the slide is a summary of the levy budget. I'm not going to go through all the details on this slide, as we'll cover that in slides to come. But as you can see, we're going to have a balanced budget. All right.
Councilor Bruno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to revert back to something when you said it's the end of this. And I should have probably asked it right at the beginning. Is the rationale behind, I think I could pull out the wording, but that the average price of a home is going down in your preamble statement. So it was like a 200 and some odd thousand, it's now 203. And so I can't find the wording here right now. It was, there was a reason why your average residential property value for the purpose of doing the levy has gone down.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I can't remember the wording you've used. It was something about studying other municipalities and methodology, if I'm
Yes,
not mistaken.
and so the answer to that question, Councillor, is that when we looked at our past presentations and the analysis that we did, we had used I guess a combined average for the residential property value, whereas this year that information wasn't available. This year the information that we had, it was like a single detached residential property was the only comparable that we had. And when we looked back, we said, okay, well, should we use that? Like, we know that the information was available last year. But we noticed that the average in prior years might have been brought up by properties along the lake and stuff like that. So, not stuff like that, but properties. Sorry, were you going to?
I remember the lake factor being used before, so I'm just a bit confused. I thought that was already baked in, and I guess with what you're saying, I'll want to ask so that, because you're going to have people out there who say, well, yeah, you know, you're showing a lower average, right? Because you've reduced this. So if I had the $210,000 assessment of that, but I get that. I'm just concerned that going forward, will this become the new base? Like you said, there was information that's not available. Is this going to be like this, or not, that will now be the new baseline?
Yeah, the single detached residential property will now be the new standard going forward, not a combined rate.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Adam.
Okay. Some notable changes in this year's budget on the revenue side include our planning and building fees. So there we see a decrease of approximately $300,000, and that's based on anticipated development and applications that we're expecting. We're showing that a large portion of our increase in revenue is a result of the new short-term rental program that was recently adopted, and that's about $608,000. But the largest portion of the increase in revenue is related to property taxes, and as mentioned, that equates to about $90 per household after assessment growth. Any questions? This next slide shows a summary of headcount by department with full-time, part-time, students, for both the 2026 budget year as well as the 2025 budget year. Some notable changes in the personnel area include the fire department, where we're adding 3.5 full-time firefighters and 1 fire prevention officer, and that fire prevention officer would be to cover the short-term rental program. 1 deputy fire chief was actually removed from the budget because that individual related to the shared services we had with Wainfleet. And then we also have increased the budget for firefighter overtime costs. Also related to the short-term rental program is the addition of 1 full-time bylaw officer, as well as a added corporate affairs coordinator for the CAO's office. The city is going through collective agreements with CUPE, and so we're expecting an increase as a result of those negotiations, as well as the city moved they changed our WSIB coverage, so we have a change there as well. On the operating expense side, we have an increase in our insurance costs. That was based on the RFP from 2024, and that pricing was included. We have staff and training and development costs that have gone up. The majority of that relates to the fire department and the different requirements for certifications. Municipal election is going to be happening in 2026, as you all know. The total cost of running the election is approximately $180,000, of which $125,000 will be coming from the election reserved. On the subject matter expert front, we're expecting to spend more in that area in the near future as a result of the complexity of new development that's coming down. As far as computer software goes, that increase relates to previously approved projects by council. For the most part, it's the enterprise resource planning system or our workday system, as well as our new tax and water billing application. And then, as you can see, because we've gone to a debt model, our debt servicing costs or borrowing costs have gone up as well. Questions? This slide here, it's an accounting slide. It's basically showing the transfers to the capital program from the different sources. Again, another accounting slide, and this slide represents all the different reserve transfers that are taking place this year in this budget. Again, I spoke a moment ago about the municipal election, where $125,000 is going to be funded from the municipal election reserve. That drain number is related to basically the city portion of the different drain projects. So in the past, we've budgeted $85,000, but our experience as of late has been that's not enough. And so that money basically goes into the drain reserve. And then when those drain billings do happen, the city portion would be covered from a payment from the reserve. As in prior years, the marina is repaying its loan of $100,000, and then there's a transfer of interest at the end of the year to the reserves, as well as a $300,000 contribution to the employee future benefit reserves. This next slide summarizes the year-over-year change by department with respect to the operating budget. You'll see that there are some changes, and those changes are noted below as the primary drivers, but one thing that we wanted to point out was a change that happened this year where we changed our allocation of shared services across the corporation. So previously, not all of the sort of corporate administrative costs were fully allocated to the departments, but now they are allocated. So what you'll see is some costs are getting, or some departments are getting more, some departments are getting less, but that's based on the model that we have, which is following the province's model, and it helps out with reporting. When it comes to those actual departments, and you look at the the number of operating statements that we shared with you, the number for those departments before allocations remains fairly constant year over year. But after allocations, it's a bit different. With regards to self-sustaining entities, the building department is budgeting for a balanced budget, as well as the marina. One thing to note about the marina is there will be future conversations about the marina dredging, and those will come forward to council, and council will make a decision as appropriate. When it comes to the cemetery included in the cemetery budget is a $60,000 contribution to the Parks Department for its work in maintaining the cemetery. While we've budgeted $60,000, we know that's not enough. It doesn't cover the true cost of actually maintaining the city's cemeteries. That number is closer to $210,000. At this point in time, I'll introduce, he needs no introduction. Our manager of recreation, Greg Sweep, who will give you a year in review of the beach.
Evening, Mayor and Council. When Adam asked me out of his 110 slides to take 2 on for him, I said, sure, I'll be a team player and take on 2 slides for you. So just going over the year in review for the beach. I do want to note we do have a report scheduled to come early in the new year with more statistics and information on the beach. But just a high-level review, as we can recall, this summer we did have very favorable weather in regards to Sundays. We actually only recorded 5 days where we had rain during our prime season. That actually occurred during the day. Our revenue, I can actually say, it's actually increased from when this report was done. We actually are projecting around $240,000 in regards to total revenues for the beach, which is the highest since, I don't even want to say the word, but since the pandemic, and when we had cars on the beach. Canal Days weekend, that was our highest weekend, as you could expect, and we had a revenue that was at $32K. We have some very positive feedback that we will share, as I mentioned, in the beach report that will be coming to council. A lot of the parking revenue covers the direct costs that we have in regards to our students who work at the beach directly, and washroom and general maintenance services. I do want to highlight over 3,000 participate passes were recorded by our beach students who did daily spot checks to see how many passes were used in our parking lots. I can announce that Splashtown has extended their agreement to 2029. They recorded a very successful season with us this year as well. Marble Slab, who had a vendor, ice cream vendor at the beach, indicated their interest in returning as well. And in regards to Adam's budget, there was a note about the, I don't know if it's 1/3 anymore, Adam, in regards to the funding from the levy. That's still the case? Yeah. Okay, and then 2/3 are covered by the parking fees. One update, I do want to mention that we're looking just based off of some feedback and just looking at trends in regards to amount of individuals parking. We are looking to introduce from Victoria Day to May 15th and September 15th to Thanksgiving a new shoulder season fee. So some of the fees that again will come up in the user fees, but some highlights, we are looking to have our daily fees remain the same rate as this past year, 2025, but looking to increase our hourly rates by 25 cents for each of the lots. And I should note, we are looking to introduce the hourly rates at all times during our shoulder season fee that we're looking to introduce. And we are looking to have discussions and come back to council at a future report in regards to potential special provision area designations for Nickel Beach from Victoria Day to Thanksgiving, where we could have higher infractions for those who are not paying for the parking fees. And I'll see if there's any questions.
Councillor Baggett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just questioned, the shoulder season, are the washrooms available then at that time of year?
So that, through the mayor to Councillor Bagu, that was one of the reasons in introducing this fee, because we don't have our beach students who typically are July to the end of August, able to at all times kind of watch and ensure that those, they're not being vandalized and whatnot. We are introducing a cheaper fee, an hourly fee, because we won't have those amenities at all times during those times.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Just wondering when you come back with that later report, and you may not have had the same categories last year, but what I'd like to see is going forward is how those various categories performed year over year and whether they then need to be tweaked. So not for tonight, but is that something we could get at some point?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bruno, yes, we can look to have that in our beach report. We are projecting either end of January or early February for that report.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Now my question is even more prevalent that you just added an extra $60,000 to revenue. Said target is now 240. I wouldn't call this self-sustaining entity anymore because 33% of operating is on the levy. So it's sustained by taxpayers. And my question now, after the 60,000 is added onto the 180 to get to 240, what is revenue supposed to be to cover all operating expenses of the beach? If the $240,000 doesn't cover operating, what's the number that does?
Could I refer to the CAO
Yes, you
for
can.
this question?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it would be somewhere above in the 350,000 range. And in last year's budget, we presented the model to move it to the 2/3, 1/3 kind of model because Greg's team does a great job of going and looking at all the cars and if we need to call in bylaw and that based on the number of locals using it. So we treated 1/3 of the beach as a park like we would for locals. So that was how that split came about in last year's budget process. Now, and just to be clear, I think he's talking about when he talked about the dollar figures, it was an adjustment to the budget. That was just, I think that was in-year money, like collection. So it was kind of like how the year turned out. It was the forecast for the end of the year. That doesn't necessarily require a budget adjustment for that.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm still getting at is it was a great year. It was hot all summer long. Great numbers. And we're still 30% off what we need to cover operating, to be self-sustaining. And while we tell people that, you could go for free because you get a participate pass, it's actually not free because you're a taxpayer that contributes to the 1/3 cost of operating the beach. How do we get to be cost neutral on the revenue side?
Good answer to that. Get rid of your participate pass and charge your locals to use the beach. The reason why we went to this system, Councillor, is the fact that we treat this as a park. The locals are all free. They all come in. I mean, I can't remember what the number was. 8,000 was the number of participate passes. So, or sorry, 3,000 participate passes. I mean, that was a way to do it, that as opposed to charging, if you lived in Port Colborne, you pay taxes in Port Colborne, like any other park, your taxes go to all parks, then you're right, is it free? That's questionable, but yeah, but it's part of the tax base like every other park. So, I mean, the same argument could be made for Lakeview Park. Do we start charging people to use Lakeview Park because it's not self-sustaining? I mean, how far do you want to take it? I think this council and the previous council, when we went to this plan with participate passes, the fact that if you live in Port Colborne, you don't pay to use the beach.
And that's fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think the number 1/3 was the number that staff came up with that felt it being fair, that was the number of using it, and the rest were paid through the parking fees.
And I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But I would say that the self-sustaining part of it should be taken down. That we shouldn't call it a self-sustaining beach because it's not, right? We don't say that about any of the other parks.
No.
Right? So to say that it's self-sustaining, it's really not. And revenues would have to go through the roof in order to be, so. But that's what I wanted to know is what is the dollar figure that you have to get to? And is there any way that you can see to increase revenues to, I'll say, lessen the burden on taxpayers?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott. I will note, as you saw, we only had 6 days where it didn't rain during the day during our prime season. So this year was a model year. And the beach is very weather dependent. And as we know, and you'll see when it comes to the beach report, the fees is what scores the lowest, the parking fees, in regards to our response from those non-residents that are paying to come to the beach. So you can see when we talked about the increases, we don't believe we can push those fees much more at this point in time. So the revenues, I would feel, are pretty much capped to this point in time, and this was a model year. We are looking at other options in regards to whether there's food vendors and different vendor fee payments. So we spoke in regards to Splash Town. We do see other opportunities, and again, we have some ideas that we'll bring forward in our beach report where we do believe there's some other methods we can optimize our revenues.
Councillor Bruno?
I think Councillor Elliott's made some very valid points on that, and it's a tricky thing to keep in line. But, you know, if we consider the marina a self-sustaining entity, but if it doesn't cut the mustard that particular year, then it ends up being subsidized to carry the weight. The interesting thing about leaving it as a self-sustaining entity is it allows for them to try and chase becoming a self-sustaining entity. And if we leave it at 1/3 and 2/3, I don't know if there's much incentive, or we just put more money in because the city said it was going to put 1/3 in. It's like, you know, Canal Days at some point, you know, is working its way in using these numbers of what $100,000 shortfall is. You remember when we wanted it to be under $20 per household? It's probably now going to be like $8. And so it's going in the right direction. So maybe leaving the title isn't such a bad, but your rationale is 100% correct. But I think, and I think the mayor is right too. I mean, when it was a self-sustaining entity, there wasn't a participate pass either. So maybe leaving the titles okay, just as a way to try and, that's the goal. Yeah.
Mayor, through you to the councillors, something that, and I appreciate the council having this conversation, but I think something that's important for anybody watching today to realize is the beach actually does cover off what I would call the variable costs. So from the self-sustaining perspective, when you open up the big budget book and you find the beach page, you will find that once you take all the students we hire during the course of the year, and once you take the cost of removing and cleaning the washrooms and all of that, like those direct costs are covered. What the city's actually, I guess, subsidizing is the fact that under the allocation model that the province uses in its financial reporting, that the accounting team uses, they allocate some of Greg's costs and those things. So what you're really doing is like that 1/3 grant is really covering off costs we probably would have had anyways under the allocations. The direct costs, just for council to know and anybody watching, are being covered by the gate fees. So all those students you see out there and all the cleaning of the washrooms and cleaning up the beach and all like that, those direct costs are being covered off by those gate fees. So I'll just leave it there, and I totally appreciate where both councillors are coming on the subject. It's not fully self-sustaining, 100%. And I think my understanding is it was only self-sustaining for about 2 or 3 years during that pandemic period. It wasn't before, and it wasn't after. Yeah.
I'm going to pass it off to my friend, Adam. You're welcome for taking those 2 slides.
Thanks, Greg. I think he might have got more questions than I did the whole evening. Okay, so looking forward, staff are going to continue to review opportunities to support affordability. We're going to continue to review fees, continue to review commercial agreements, explore land development opportunities, complete wastewater and storm sewer 10-year master plans, reintroduce a multi-year capital budget, and continue to work towards key performance indicators or KPIs and related benchmarks where applicable. And that brings us to the end of...
No, I got that. So he's at the end of this presentation.
Yes.
We'll take questions, then we vote on this, which was the motion we put on at the beginning. Then we'll break for dinner and then come back and do the user fees and the rest of the budget presentation. So, Councillor Begg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you put the last screen up there, was continue to do this, continue to do that.
Yeah.
How about continue to aggressively search out grants and donations? I think that's very important nowadays. We get a lot of grants, and if I know we're aggressively looking for them, I'd feel a lot better if it was written down.
Yeah.
So can I add something here, only because it is the mayor's budget?
Yeah.
That is being done. If you look at what our events team has done over the last number of years with regards to sponsorships and donations through our community programming, Canal Days, Sports Fest, and everything else that we do. But between the mayor's office, the CIO's office, and Gary Long's department with regards to contacting and being contacted by both provincial and federal ministries with funding that comes forward, we are very aggressive. And you've been in those meetings where at FCM, at AMO, at Good Roads, at Roma, where when we meet ministers or senior staff from their departments, those are the things we do ask for. And, you know, we don't go in with a whole bag full of asks. We're very specific on what we do. We go in with 3 or 4 things, and we talk about those, and we've been very successful at that. But believe me, council, and for those watching, we are very aggressive on grant programs and funding availabilities that come through. And I mean, if you look at it in the past year, I think we're just shy of 100 million that we've received, somewhere in there, $60 million between both federal and provincial, plus money from our events and sponsorships and donations. So, as I say, believe me, that's one thing as mayor that I've driven and made sure that these guys all know that are here. Anytime they're touching a ministry, federally or provincially, they're talking to them also about what funding is coming out. Are there going to be announcements soon so that we can keep an eye on it? but we can certainly put that in there.
I thank you for that, Mr. Mayor.
Through the mayor to the councilor, and I think I just add on to the mayor's bang on, the projects that have been approved at the federal and provincial level are top over $100 million. And maybe what we can have is we can ask Adam and the finance team to maybe give back and at year end a summary of all the grants we got this year, because the summary of grants is larger this year than the total tax levy of the city. So it will be, I think it's very impressive for the work that, and I'm really thankful to work with people like our Director of Development Government Relations, our Manager of Comms, and Director of Public Works, the whole team here that goes out and works on that.
And I would be remiss, because I should have said this, but both our museum and library are always out there. They're banging on doors for donations, but they also are very aggressive in going after library and museum grants that come out. Now, those aren't into the 20s of millions of dollars that you see in water sewer funding or roads or buildings or hockey rinks, but they do their fair share based on what their budgets are and what they receive from both federal and provincial programs that are released. And I know for a fact that I think they get information a lot faster and a lot more often than we do sometimes with grant programs. Those ministries are pretty good on getting it out to you very quickly to make sure that they apply, where sometimes we are through either Gary's office, the CAO, or myself, sometimes we are making that call going, hey, we heard about this grant, is it available? Yeah, just here's the website address, and we go on and we make sure that whatever department it pertains to gets there, and do we have something moving forward that we can actually apply for? So anyways, thank you.
Yeah, through the mayor, to further add to that response, when I wrote this slide, the first bullet actually is to continue to review opportunities to support affordability. And when I wrote that, it was not just looking at how do we reduce costs, but how do we explore other opportunities to increase the city's income. And one way was via grants. So it's captured there, but we could add grants specifically in that slide.
To you, Mr. Mayor, that's just a financial officer's way of saying it, but
no problem. Further questions with regards to the main budget that we're going to be dealing with tonight? It is already on the floor with the amendments. Any further questions? Councilor Borgard.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a while back, I brought to council's attention compensation for those potential committees and whatnot. How council got new compensation recently at the beginning of this term, but a lot of the committees haven't received any compensation for probably like increase for I don't know how long. It's been a long time since there was a review. So I brought that up, and I'm just wondering if that's considered in this budget. I didn't see anything on that. I'm not sure if staff has any plan to address that.
CAO?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor and council. So we have done a review. We talked to some of the other municipalities, and maybe we can have another chat if you think there is a differential. But I think our HR department found that there wasn't necessarily a differential in that. But we can definitely take another look at that in case there was some new information or something like that. So it hasn't been contemplated at this point in time, but should we find there to be some sort of differential or need, or a committee I guess brings that forward, or if you were to direct us right now to continue working on that, we'd be happy to. But I know I talked to our manager of HR, and she had pointed out that a couple municipalities that had very similar, I guess, stipends to which we had. So right now it's not contemplated in the budget, but we could definitely address it. Should it, like going forward, if there was that differential noted.
I'm okay with just keeping it as is then, based on what you've mentioned.
Correct. So what I would suggest, though, that coming out of this is that we direct staff to look at this for the next term of council, so that the new term of council coming in, they can have that review of fees. And now some stipends or fees that are paid to committee members are mandated by the province, which is fine. I think the library board is one of those where it is mandated by the province. So those we can't touch, but everything else, committee of adjustment, the fence watcher, or whatever they call that, and all the others, the fence appeals, all those, yeah, those are certainly things that we can look at and look at communities that are our size and what their fees are and move on from there. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. Further questions before we go to my statement of the vote? Just one question then, Adam. In moving through this, and I know a number of in speaking with my fellow mayors that are going through this, and some have been doing it for a number of years, can we look at maybe going through, and this would be again the next term of council, doing a 4-year budget plan, so that as we move through, you're not sitting through hours each night, because you can actually set a budget at the beginning of your term that actually covers your 4 years, and then you can do your in budget night. All you'll be doing is any changes to that budget as things may come up, whether it be more funding from the province with the annual funds that we receive, or less funding, and how we have to readjust the budget. But is that something staff has talked about, and could we look at maybe doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that staff has talked about, and that we'd be happy to bring forward at the next budget.
Or discussions prior to the next budget, so that council can give some really good direction on that. So I think
Absolutely.
council should look out for that, in the fact that as you move forward, as opposed to just going year to year, that you can set a 4-year plan and then you make your adjustments and you can actually do it sooner, as opposed to waiting until November. You can have it done sooner for the following year. Councillor?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm just wondering if, for the incoming council, whether we just at least set up the process, like how it will be happen, so a meeting or a report as to how that would work, because I think probably everybody has a few different exceptions to that, that there would be concern. And I think it'd be great to have it answered so that in an orientation package or whatever, a new council would know the what,
Exactly.
why, and where.
Yeah, exactly. Good, thank you. Okay, before I go to the vote, I have a statement to read. I'd like to begin by thanking the CIO Brian Bowles, Chief Financial Officer Treasurer Adam Peugeot, Council, our senior leadership and support staff for their collaboration and hard work in developing the 2026 budget. When this process began, projected increases were as high as 8% due to the number of projects requiring attention. Through disciplined financial management and a focus on priorities, we have reduced the impact significantly, keeping the needs of taxpayers front and center. The 2026 capital and related project operating budget results in an average 3.87% increase, or about $30 on a residential property valued at $203,084. On a blended basis, this is a modest 2.04% increase, representing the city's portion. Specific direction from the mayor's office during budget deliberations reduced the increase from 8.38% to 3.87%, achieving total savings of 4.51%. These savings came through a greater emphasis on debt financing for long-term life assets, such as the new fire truck. I see the chief smiling over there. And careful budgeting for gapping dollars. This year's budget makes an unprecedented investment in water and wastewater systems while advancing key projects in parks, roads, and sidewalks, all vital to maintaining the quality of life our residents expect. Major 2026 project highlights include $8.6 million for 2026 to 2028 water main lining program, with direction to complete this work before 2028. $3 million for a new ladder truck for the fire department, $1.5 million for roads, culverts, and structures, $1 million for healthcare initiatives over the next 3 years, $732,000 for sidewalk upgrades, a 206% increase over prior years, $750,000 for Highway 140 engineering design for future development, and $185,000 for Vale Health and Wellness YMCA improvements. These are just a few, and everybody has been been presented by Adam and his team with all the other wonderful projects that are going to happen. In addition, the physician recruitment reserve will grow to $300,000, providing greater flexibility to attract and retain physicians in the city of Port Colborne. The proposed 2026 budget of $28.57 million maintains current service levels while advancing the city's strategic priorities. It reflects strong fiscal discipline, a commitment to infrastructure renewal, and a clear focus on sustainable growth. These investments position Port Colborne for the future, supporting residential, commercial, and industrial development, while helping existing businesses expand. Together, we are building a stronger, more resilient Port Colborne, one that continues to grow and serve our residents for years to come. And I thank you. So at this time, I'm going to call the question. I'm actually going to read it out because I know councillors Danch and Bruno were coming from work, so they missed this portion. Moved by councillors Bodner and Elliott that the mayor's 2026 capital and related project budget and levy budget as outlined in Financial Services Report 2025-164 be received. That the projects identified in the mayor's 2026 capital and related project budget and levy budget be permitted to begin immediately where feasible, including the 2 amendments that were brought forward this evening. Further questions? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. So at this time, we're going to break for dinner. We're going to be back here at 7:10. So for those watching at home, we'll be back here at 7:10. Okay, we're back at our budget meeting. So at this time, we have item 4.2, the 2026 proposed user fees and charges, 2025-165. I'll get this on the floor, then we have two amendments we have to deal with, councilors. So the main proposal is moved by councilors Elliott and seconded by councilor Beauregard, neither of them in the room. So I'm going to take Aquilina and Bodnar. Councilors Aquilina and Councilor Bodnar move that Financial Services Department Report 2025-165 be received. That the 2026 proposed user fees and charges schedules attached as appendices A to P of Financial Services Report 2025-165 be received. That the draft bylaw attached as Appendix Q of Financial Services Report 2025-165 be brought forward as amended. We'll get into the amendments in a bit for council's approval. Okay, so Adam, you're doing this presentation as well, or no? Nothing? Okay. So first amendment is, these are proposed amendments to the 2026 user fees and charges. These are staff initiated. So Amendment A is moved by councilors Bodnar and Hoyle that the draft 2026 user fees and charges bylaw be amended by updating the preambles to reflect the authority of strong mayor powers. Questions to that? All in favor? That's carried. Amendment B, again, it's staff initiated, moved by councilors Bagu and Bruno, that the draft 2026 user fees and charges bylaw be amended by replacing Appendix H, Sugarloaf Marina fees, with the updated version attached here too. Questions on that one? All in favor? That's carried. So we're back to the main motion as amended. Any questions to that? All in favor? That's carried. 4.3, 2026 rates budget, moved by councilors Beauregard and Aquilina, that the mayor's 2026 rates budget as outlined in Financial Services Report 2025-166 be received. And then there's two amendments, and these actually come forward from the original budget. It's the same amendments we dealt with earlier, but because it deals with this particular section of our budget, item A is, if I could have councilors Bagu and Hoyle move that the funding substitution for the capital project known as C2 Council Chamber Systems Upgrade, whereby the budgeted storm sewer, wastewater and water funding be substituted for an equal amount from the general infrastructure reserve, that the budgeted storm sewer, wastewater and water funding be instead transferred to the storm sewer reserve, the wastewater reserve, and the water reserve. Again, this is what we dealt with earlier. Just to change the amendments that came forward. Any questions on these? All in favor? That's carried. Amendment B, moved by councilors Bagu and Hoyle, that there be a funding substitution for the capital project known as G3, Centennial Park Wetland, whereby the budgeted storm sewer funding be substituted for an equal amount from the general infrastructure reserve, that the budgeted storm sewer funding be instead transferred to the storm sewer reserve. Again, we dealt with this earlier. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. So we do now have the motion I put on with the amendments, and I'll go to staff on this one. Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'll get into the 2026 rate budget. I will note that a number of the slides you'll see are repeats from the last presentation we did a short while ago, or earlier this evening on the capital and the operating levy budget. We've included those slides, and they're all noted that are repeats in this presentation because folks from the public might pick this presentation up at a later date, and they'll have some information that they otherwise might not have had. So we'll breeze through these strong mayor slides because those were addressed earlier by our city clerk. And our CAO, Mr. Bowles, he went through the vision, mission, and corporate values as well as the alignment with the strategic plan. That said, there are some different slides related to sustainable and resilient infrastructure, so I'll invite Mr. Bowles to come and speak to those two slides before we get into the heart of the budget.
Thank you, Adam. So just, I think there might be 2 or 3 slides. Some of this information was earlier, but some of it is in a different format. Just as we work through the strategic plan, I think it's very important to note that when we look at our water and wastewater system, approximately 2/3 of the wastewater cost is going to the Niagara region. When we do look at what's driving that, approximately 65 to 70% of all wastewater treated is the result of inflow and infiltration. So that means when people are turning on their taps, when businesses are using the water, their usage is not the main driver of the cost of the system. I think that's very important that we all understand. It's the set infrastructure that's there, that's regardless whether you purchase water or whether you're using it to dispose of wastewater. And then ultimately, we just wanted to highlight that what we are doing with respect to the strategic plan and what aligns up very well is the proposed 2026 base funding for water, wastewater, and storm. There's $3.4 million in base cash dollars, plus there's $2.4 million in debt payments. It's quite substantial. Also, when you're looking at achieving the strategic plan, some statistics that are important to note is we estimate in Port Colborne, partly because we have rock, partly because we do have some soils that we have to deal with respect to certain regulation. In 2026, we're estimating 1 kilometer of linear infrastructure will cost about $2.9 million to replace. So if you figure you have about 100 kilometers of water and 100 kilometers of wastewater, it's very substantial to be able to do that. The required 2026 annual investment for capital, if we really, and I know we were talking about where do you prioritize capital, if we really wanted to be able to say we can fix this once and for all, we would need to make our annual investment all the way up to $19 million. So we're combined about 6.5. As we move forward, there's a couple things being done to achieve the strategic plan. Public Works, and there was a question already in the earlier, how do you know about the asset life? How do you know about if it's very poor? What we have been doing is we're cammering, we're doing the individuals literally going down in and taking a look at some of these self-inspections. And the relining, as we go forward, so I think it's very important to note and not get too far ahead of ourselves. While that very poor condition does say for water, for storm water and wastewater, it says that we need to spend $246 million. That's assuming we're replacing all of that infrastructure, full replacement. So if I go back to connecting all the dots there that I was mentioning, basically because we're reassessing the pipes to not just have to worry about age or the type of pipe, but we're doing it with cameras, physical inspection, we're able to, and Steve can explain this more with any questions in greater accuracy, but basically that's where they've gotten into the relining, because then they can assess, can they reline? Because if they can reline it, it's substantially cheaper, and that 246 cost will come down substantially, and we're going to be able to track that in the coming years. So this is where we are kind of there. And then this slide, we already did have an opportunity to talk about. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about, or was I supposed to talk about this one too? Thank you very much, Mr. CFO. I think this slide we already talked about as well in the last, because these are the capital projects and the main investments that we've made here. So if I can pass that back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. As I mentioned, now we're going to get into the nut and bolts of the rate budget. So the rate budget, a good portion of the rate budget it relates to the costs that we pay the Niagara region. And 41% of the water budget is payments to the Niagara region, as well as 62% of the wastewater budget. And that relates to the cost of treating the water and the wastewater. Now we know based on the presentation at an August 14th Budget Committee of the Whole meeting at the Niagara region that the region is expecting that those costs will go up a combined 9.05%. Now, our CAO, Mr. Bowles, has been in discussion with the other CAOs around the Niagara region, and there is a water and wastewater rate methodology review that is going to take place. And so we'll know more about that and what the impact of that has on the residents and the ratepayers of Port Colborne. The mayor and regional council have requested inspections of all regional Niagara region lines. So that's happening in Port Colborne, yes. So another driver is the infrastructure. We talked about that earlier this evening when we talked about all the capital work that's required. This next slide, I kind of breezed through earlier this evening when we were talking about the operating budget. And I'm not going to breeze through it right now because I think now's the time to talk about it. We were given direction from the mayor to reduce water loss. So our budget and the rates that you see here reflect the city working towards water loss, as well as reducing inflow and infiltration through different capital works that are going to be required. Now, that's all good, but what the residents, I believe, want to know is how does that impact them, right? Now, the average rate user or resident uses 142 cubic meters of water annually. And what they can expect through this budget is the water portion will increase by 12%, or $7.65 a month. The wastewater component is to increase by 7%, or $7.34 a month, with a combined increase of 8.89%, or just under $15, which is below the cost that the region, the expected increase for the region to treat the water of 9.05. On the storm sewer side, we are expecting, or we're budgeting a 10% increase, which translates into an increase in $2.28 per month for those ratepayers. Yes.
Councillor?
Just back to the baseline again. So here on page 3 of 10 in my binder, as a result of updated methodology, the average usage of the average residential property has been changed from 188 cubic meters to 142. So I guess I was thinking, maybe this is to Steve, is the methodology changed, or is it just that people are, now that we measure, are using that much less based on what you've done? Because methodology to me, in my view, determines that the calculation or how it was metered. It was more the technical side, but the usage side is really what comes out, and that could be affected by a number of factors, most notably usually fixing leaks. So is it the methodology of how you change this number, or was it that there was a reduction in usage and leaks, or usage and leaks?
CAO. Thank you, Mayor. I'll jump in, and because you threw it to Steve, I think Adam might want to do it. It was the three of us had a good conversation about it. So basically, methodology, I think, is a polite way to say that when we started the system review a couple years ago, there was a limited availability to pull certain data out to be able to make that call of what it was. So, we were at the 188. As we've gotten ready, and we're going to be moving to a new system that has some of greater functionality, we've had to do a lot of Excel-based work, pull it out, do some analysis. Steve's team on the environmental side, Cassandra, our manager of water wastewater, has been doing that. People might be interested to know, but we've identified a number of meters across the city where there does seem to be some anomalies, and letters have gone out to them. So through all of this work, we've been able to more accurately, calculate an average for the city. So if the word is methodology, or if the word is we have better data today, that is what it is. I don't think that people are using less now than what they were before. Don't
Right.
read into this this is that when it's taken some time to clean up the data within the system, and this is the number that we would use after we've gone through that extensive audit process over the last couple of years.
So if I, just on that then, to close the loop, so that excludes, so obviously you get X amount of cubic meters across the whole city. So this, you've been able to fine line it as residential? So you've taken out industrial, taken out commercial?
Yeah, through the mayor to the council and council, yes. So this is now isolated just to residential properties. That was one of the key areas, but when you can remove those others, you can get a much more accurate figure.
Thank you, Brian. I was going to answer that just the same way. All right, the next few slides we've spoken about, and they're the comparison between the average residential user, or this one in this case is the property taxes. This one is the user in terms of their consumption of water and wastewater and how it's impacted by the rates. Again, this one showing that all in all, when both are combined, the Port Colborne resident does pay less than the average local area municipality. Again, the impact of doing nothing slide that we've talked about during tonight's discussion and in past budget meetings. And as well, the impact of doing nothing slide that talks about the fact that the construction price index is much higher than the consumer price index. And we should be doing things now versus delaying them. Again, risk similar to the operating budget, we have risks to the rate budget. This slide is a duplication because many of those risks are the same regardless of its operating or the general levy versus the rate budget. Moving on, what do tax dollars support? And over the next 3 slides, you'll see what does the wastewater dollar support and what does the stormwater dollar support. And all in all, the one common thing that can be said for most of these is that most of the money goes towards the region. 41% for water and 62% for wastewater. So that's one of our biggest pressures. And when we look at an aggregated or a consolidated rate budget, so that's all 3 of them combined, we'll see that the core infrastructure or capital funding year over year has increased by $321,000. This slide speaks to the different changes in the budget with the proposed rate increases from the Niagara region having an impact, the personnel changes that we spoke about earlier with respect to union negotiations. It also speaks to the fact that there was a change in the allocation model that we talked about to better align with the provincial reporting, as well as increases related to the cost of borrowing due to the issuance of debt on these new projects. Again, this slide speaks about the debt for both current and projected current projects over the course of the next few years. Of course, I can't recall if I mentioned this earlier, but all new debt would come to council for approval. This slide here is an interesting one. It highlights the reserve balances at the end of 2026. And what this slide shows is that we're not quite at the reserve funding levels. So any contributions, and when I mean funding levels, I mean the target funding levels that were established by council by way of the reserve fund policy. Currently, we're projecting the storm reserve to be at 12% of target, the wastewater target being, or wastewater projection being at 64% of the target, as well as the water reserve being at about approximately 22% of the targeted reserve balance. And I know Brian mentioned this a few minutes ago, but the estimated cost of 1 kilometer of a linear asset is almost $3 million in 2025. This conversation was also brought up earlier this evening, and it relates to the water purchase versus the water build. We talked about water loss, and that water loss is happening. We've had some positive infrastructure improvements that, unfortunately, because of a 95% increase in the number of water main breaks that we've had this year, it doesn't really translate to this slide to say, hey, guess what, we're getting better. But we believe we are getting better. You see year over year, it is down 2.1%, but there was also 19 more water main breaks. And all that water, it goes unbilled, right? It just goes into the ground of Port Colborne. Again, on this slide, there are some actions that are being taken by staff where we're reviewing account meter activity. There's AI being installed on fire hydrants to detect leaks. We're working with different industrial, commercial, and residential users to test meters. And we're looking at the different usages, like for new construction and stuff like that, so that we can better meter and better bill the water that's being consumed within the municipality. This slide here shows that Port Colborne is projected to buy 5.37% of the total Niagara Region water sales. But the population of Port Colborne is 4.1% of the Niagara Region. Adding to that, not all of Port Colborne's population is on water, so they get their water in different ways. This slide speaks to the fact that infiltration is a real thing, right? It shows that if you look at the graph, the orange line on the graph is precipitation. And when it rains, wastewater being treated follows the same path, right? It spikes. And when it's not raining, the wastewater being treated goes down. Again, a different way of looking at the same issue is when we look at the lake level. So when the lake level's lower, there's less water being treated, but when the lake level's higher, more water, wastewater is being treated. We talked about this earlier as well. For every 1 liter of water purchased, we're sending back 1.82 liters of wastewater to be treated by the Niagara Region. Again, we have seen improvements, but we believe there's still more work to be done there to get it to a 1-to-1, or you could even argue if the system was perfect, it would be 1 to less than 1, because some of that water that is used for, say, watering someone's lawn would just go into the earth and not make its way back to the water treatment plant. Steve, our Director of Public Works, spoke about these completed projects earlier, but I'll slowly go through the slides so that everyone remembers what these projects look like. And again, this slide here, I learned a lot from Director about what he referred to as tuberculation, or corrosion in the pipes. So thank you, Steve, for adding a new word to my vocabulary. The next three, I guess, slides that look like Excel spreadsheets are basically 3 slides that show the water, the wastewater, and the storm sewer programs, and how the rate increases look in terms of the way the financials look. And we also see the corresponding expenses related to those costs. With respect to the water capital projects that we spoke about earlier, here they are again. The water main lining program, Lockview area servicing, and some pre-committed funds from past budgets and reserve transfer. Again, this slide depicts the wastewater budget with the corresponding rate increases and the corresponding expenses. The wastewater capital projects, again, 4.9 million, and this is the storm sewer summary with the rate increases and corresponding expenses. Now I'll stop there because I kind of breezed through those pretty quick to see if there was any questions about any of the rate budgets.
Counselor?
Worship. Make sure you showed this slide. It's page 4 of 10 in my book, but basically it talks about the annual change in charge, Adam, and the monthly change, like for water 765 and the percentage is 12%. Is there any way to get that slide that breaks out the regional and municipal portion? Because that would be very helpful for me when you're talking to a taxpayer, or in this case a wastewater ratepayer, as to how much is ours. And I'm happy to take the hit for ours, but I know they only get one bill, but I'd like to break out that.
Just so I'm clear on the ask, Councillor. So we have on this particular slide 7.65 cents.
So I have it this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot simpler than that.
Yeah, definitely. We can definitely prepare a summary for you and go through it with you to see if it's to your liking. But essentially, if I reflect back on where do my dollars go for the water and the wastewater slides, if you look on there, you'll see that 41% of the expenses relate to.
I mean, I don't even mind if you put that percentage in there.
Yeah, because we can break down like 41% of the 675 is basically to cover the region costs, and then likewise on the wastewater side where it'd be 62%. We can easily do that for you.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to go to the CAO only because this is something we've been working on, quite frankly, since last council. I worked with our regional rep and then now this council and bringing Councillor Badaway up to date on where we're going and what we're doing here at the city with regards to how water and wastewater is billed, not just to the city of Port Colborne, but how it's billed across Niagara. And one thing I've asked every year at regional council during water, same budget as we're dealing with water, wastewater budget, on the inequities, quite frankly, that we're being billed here, and the fact that whether we send them 10 gallons of water or 100 gallons of water, the cost to clean that water is virtually the same. There's very little increase in cost. So I'm going to turn this over to the CAO just so he can give us updates where he's at today with our other fellow CAOs and the region.
Yeah, through the mayor and to all council. So this has been a project that's been going on for a number of years, having conversations with the region and other municipalities. The mayor and our regional councillor over the last number of years have been really pushing this as well as a couple other municipalities such as Fort Erie. It really comes down to one simple question: is that the region I think a counselor here tonight might have said they're not too fond of the word allocation. So the region allocates their budget to us based on the volume that we send or take from their plants. But as the mayor said, those costs are fixed regardless of volume for the most part. Specifically on wastewater, where over 90% of the costs are fixed. It's one of the reasons why we as a city have a fixed wastewater charge, because the volume is not the thing that drives the cost. It's all the infrastructure to build to get the wastewater from and to the plant. So after quite a bit of work, last year Niagara Region did approve a budget line to review the methodology to how they bill the lower tier municipalities. And if anybody's ever taken the time to read the the true ups after they do their billing and then they do a true up afterwards, there's significant swings in how they do it as well. And that creates complexity with budgeting, that creates complexity with cash flows, that creates complexity with planning. So the CAOs, I guess to lack of better words, it was approved and it really hasn't had a lot of traction in the last several months. But at the last meeting we had, I'm going to say it was about a month or so ago, there was agreement that we would move forward, and all the CAOs unanimously agreed to, maybe I shouldn't say unanimously because I don't think they all were there, but those that were there all agreed that we would continue and move forward and get this methodology done. There's a lot of interest in it, and for us it's about how they allocate the cost to us. If the cost driver is volume, then their cost should be variable. If the cost driver is if the costs are fixed, the cost allocation to us should be more fixed because they should know what it costs to run our plant and allocate it to that. So we're going to work through that. Other municipalities are very interested because they don't like the fluctuations in the model. There's a lot of fluctuation depending on from year to year. And if anybody goes and does, maybe I'm going on too much on this topic, but it's an important topic. If anybody goes and reads any of the region's reports on water, wastewater, you'll see some municipalities have $1 million swing from year to year in their budgets on their water, wastewater. And that's significant for any municipality to be able to deal with. So there's a lot of benefits to reviewing how this methodology works. I think it's a win for everybody. I just appreciate the other CEOs, the region stepping in. Our mayor and our regional council have been pushing for it for quite some time, but it's been approved now in the regional budget, and I understand that work is going to start really soon. There's going to be a small, I think, working group of some of the CAOs. I put my name forward to be on that, to be able to take a look at this methodology, and as soon as we have more, we'll bring it back. We'll debrief with the mayor, and we'll bring it back to council to take a look and provide some comment. But despite all the great work that Public Works and Director Shapowski is doing and finance, trying to finance it, we can fix the system. That's very important, but also making sure that how we're getting billed for the water we purchased, I think that's equally important. And that's what we're trying to do right now, just to make sure that everybody understands a fair and equitable distribution. And if the study finds it is fair and equitable, maybe just by happenstance, the chance that they determine what a different methodology would produce the same result, that could happen. I'm a little skeptical of that, but we'll see how the methodology comes out based on conversations we've had earlier on. I know the mayor's had some conversations that have suggested the plant could operate maybe less than what we're being billed today for. So if that's true, I think there should be an opportunity to maybe find some adjustments in this model, and that's going to be one of the key areas that we can do to create greater affordability within this system outside of just fixing the pipes that we have to fix.
Thanks, CEO. I think you were voluntold to volunteer.
There was
we want to make sure we had a seat at that table. I'll tell you
a lot of voluntold, yes.
Yeah. Also, if Council, if you've noticed a couple stories in the paper lately, Peel Region, the province has actually dissected Peel Region's water sewer. Each municipality is going to take it back. In speaking with the minister a week ago when I was up at Queen's Park with the CAO, one thing they're going to look at, and Peel is a pilot project, is to look at, and he asked me this question, like in Niagara, would you look at water districts? Something very similar to what we just passed here a few weeks ago. So in essence, we should just be paying for our district. So Port Colborne is self-sustaining. We have a water plant, we have a sewer plant. If everything else fell apart in the system, we're not relying on another municipality to get our water and wastewater. Fort Erie is the same, Welland would be the same, but Welland supplies Pelham. Thorold gets water and sewer from Niagara Falls and St. Catharines. So there's all these plants around that are serving multiple municipalities. But between us and Fort Erie, because we literally serve ourselves, we would be water districts. So then you look at the actual cost. And I've said this for a number of years, that the actual cost to run water and sewer in Port Colborne on the region side is quite a bit less than what they're charging us. That's my feeling, based on numbers I've seen in reports, based on speaking with staff at the region. So I'm glad that the CIOs are on board now with this, so that we can come to some conclusion on that side of the bill. Because as we know, we get blamed for the 100% of the bill, even though we're responsible for 60% of the bill on one side, and I think on the other side around 35% of the bill. So that'll help us as we move down the road. Fortunately, Ward 4 councillors don't have to worry about it at all. Other than those that are buying water for their cisterns may say something on the water purchase side, but you don't. Unfortunately, right now we don't have water sewer out in that area. So look for good things to come from the region. We're right in the middle of our budget process right now, as everybody knows. But those would be big discussions on water sewer. So, and what's coming down from the province on this also. So, any further questions? You're all set?
Yeah, it's a good segue into the next slide, which is looking forward. Not only will we look forward to the results of that review, we also have other things to look forward to. So we've had some public open houses, and they've identified a desire to introduce a mechanism to have differentiated wastewater fees for low water users. So that's something that's going to be investigated. We're going to continue with the water, wastewater, and storm projects identified in this report, as well as past budgets. We're going to complete the wastewater and storm sewer 10-year master plan, reintroduce multi-year budgets, continue to work on key performance indicators and related benchmarks where applicable, continue enhancing GIS to visualize the asset management program. And while not noted on here, we'll continue to look for new grant opportunities to fund some of these capital initiatives.
There you go, Mark. Okay. Councillor Baggett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adam. You mentioned continue to investigate the low users. So I gather, because we're doing the rates tonight, that it's going to take up to a year, next year's budget, to look at the rates for low users. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, any further questions? We are voting on the original motion as amended with the two amendments. All those in favor? Nobody's opposed, that's carried. So item 4.4 is the 2026 rates setting, report 2025-167. If I could have Councillors Danch and Bruno move that Financial Services Department report 2025-167 be received. That the 2026 water and wastewater rates as outlined in Financial Services report 2025-167 be received. That the 2026 storm sewer rates as outlined in Financial Services report 2025-167 be received. That the draft bylaw attached as Appendix A of Financial Services report 2025-167 be brought forward for Council's approval. I do have two staff initiated amendments. I'll put those on the floor at this time. The first amendment is moved by Councillors Beauregard, second by Councillor Aquilina, that the draft 2026 water and wastewater rates bylaw amendment be amended by updating the preambles to to reflect the authority of strong mayor powers. Questions on that? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. And the second staff initiated is moved by Councilors Bruno and Danch, that the draft 2026 water and wastewater rates bylaw amendment be amended by replacing Schedule A with the amended version attached hereto as Appendix B. Questions on that one? All in favor? That's carried. So back to the original motion as the amendments, or as amended, with those amendments. Any further questions? All in favor? That's carried. Also tonight, Council, you would have seen at the bottom of some of these, there's a section called staff responses to proposed amendments, and then it goes on to describe in those areas of amendments. They're only there. We didn't vote anything there. They were only there so the public knows about them. So if they go on and look at this, it's there for public consumption when somebody goes on the system and looks at our budget. So it's nothing we had to deal with. We have one more item. There you go. Item 5 is bylaws. Item 5.1 is bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne. Moved by Councilors Elliott and Hoyle. That the bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne be passed and enacted as presented. Questions? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Well, Council, that ends our first Strong Mayor's budget. As I said earlier, we thank everybody here, all the staff that's here, senior staff, and especially Council for everything that you've put into this, the amendments brought forward. I think it went through pretty smoothly for a first time, since this is our very first time doing this, staff's very first time. I don't think it was much different than the past, just some of the ways that we put amendments and things forward is really the only changes, but really it is a council budget. And I really appreciate what everybody's done here and seeing unanimous votes throughout the evening. And let's move on to 2026 and get some more things built and fixed and repaired within the community. Thank you very much. We are now adjourned.